Welcome back to the Murray Trophy Glasgow for this penultimate day of action. It's been a dramatic week in Scotstoun. We've seen some really high quality tennis at this ATP Challenger event, and today is semi-finals day. The doubles semi-finals are going to kick off first with this clash between the number 2 seeds Nathaniel Lamens and Antonio Sancic, and their opponents today Ruben Bemelmans and Daniel Mazur. I'm Abigail Johnson, here to guide you through this one alongside GB doubles player Scott Clayton, who was also here yesterday. It's been quite the week in Scotstoun.
We've had a great week here, seen a lot of very good tennis being played, and in for another brilliant day here with semi-finals day. Some cracking matches, obviously starting with this one, which is going to be interesting. I think Lamens and Sancic, they've played a few times together this year. I spoke to Sancic a little bit the other night, and he's pretty happy with the way things are going with Nate, and you know, I think that they obviously going to be a very dangerous partnership. On the other end of the net, you've got Bemelmans, very experienced doubles player, played a lot in Davis Cup finals 2015, 2017. Played a lot with Steve Darcis in those doubles ties, but also having won considerable win with Joris Delors in 2016 against Brazil, beating Melo and Suarez in 5. So he's no stranger to a big doubles match. Obviously both Mazur and him more singles-minded, but ready for a good match here.
Yeah, absolutely. Daniel Mazur had a good run in singles here, just lost out in the quarterfinals yesterday, so he'll be more than ready to get back on court and try and rebound with a victory. And you can see here on the screen Ruben Bemelmans of Belgium. He's world number 243 at the moment in the doubles rankings, with a career high of number 128. And he's a lefty, and that can be difficult to come up against with the use of that wide serve and the ability to move them around a court. Not quite the two lefties that Jamie Murray and John Patrick Smith bring to the court, but still something to think about for their opponents.
For sure, we have you know, that difference in trajectory and line of the ball coming in from the serve. Obviously, both these guys playing on their forehand side, which can be beneficial. Jamie and JP playing more the other way, but you have, yeah, you know, it's interesting to see that dynamic, and I think it can throw a opponent off because you've got that lefty-righty combo. It's very difficult to get rhythm from one or the other. If you're facing two lefties, then you can obviously kind of adapt to how the ball's coming in on return, but you know, when it's always changing every other game, it's difficult to find that rhythm.
Absolutely. Mazur just there, who went down in a close one against Ramkumar Ramanathan in the singles yesterday, 2 tight sets. So what's it like? I mean, you used to play a bit of singles, Scott. What's it like playing doubles after having played singles? Are you feeling the ball better? Does it make much of a difference?
I think definitely. I think it helps your game for sure. You know, you would have played a lot of tennis. And Bemelmans and Mazur are going to fancy their chances, having played a lot of tennis this week, both of them. You see here Nate Lamens, USA, he had a great couple of years coming out of college, went to SMU. Another fellow Brit, Sam Butler, going to that college as well, so he knows him quite well, and you know, he's done really well. And one thing I will say about Nate, when you see him at tournaments, he's a very hard worker. I remember one particular time in Lisbon, they lost first round, and he was straight back out onto the practice court to hit some serves.
Wow.
An easy thing to do when you win, but when you come off the back of a loss to do that, you know, most of the time you just want to get out of the club. But so definitely he deserves to be where he's at.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great dedication. And Lamens, the one player on court, actually ranked inside the top 100 at the moment, and his career high is number 91, so no stranger to success on the doubles court. He's won 4 challenger doubles titles this season alone, but none with this man, Antonio Sancic, who is Also a pretty good doubles player. He's been as high as number 60 in the doubles rankings, as you can see there, currently number 117. And both of these two, the number 2 seeds, with a sole focus on doubles at the moment. Does that help them?
It can do. I mean, definitely, they again, like we saw last night with Jamie and JP's match, they're going to try and make this as much of a doubles match as possible. This is their 4th tournament together, and they've had good success. They made a quarter-final, a semi-final, and then a final in their last one in Germany. So they're going to be feeling this one.
This semi-final doubles match of the Murray Trophy will consist of 2 tie-break sets, no outscoring, and a 10-point match tie-break and 1 settle.
It's Jonathan Williams in the chair, and you heard the format. No advantage off deuce. It's a sudden death point, and the receivers choose who will return. So it will be interesting to see which player each team favours for that. Tend to go the same way.
Daniel Mazur to the right of the chair won the toss and chose to receive.
This is a element of this match where these guys might feel that they've got a slight advantage. Good singles guys tend to be good returners. Obviously, not as used to returning into a shorter space with the service partner doing a lot of the covering, but they're going to feel good on the returning games. I'm sure they're going to create chances to break in this match. It's just how Sancic and Nate, they've got to be on it on their serves and then look to take the opportunities, but you would think that they're favourites. You see Nate there reading a few notes. I actually saw this morning that Sancic and Lammens played Mazur. Admittedly, Mazur playing with someone else, but they played Mazur in Germany in July, so they're going to have some notes on him and how to deal with what he has to bring to the table today.
Absolutely. Is it a common thing to choose to receive in doubles, or is it just with their situation as more singles players?
It's personal preference, really. It's how they're feeling. I think that they might feel that they want to just get into the match a little bit. It's obviously a first match of the day. They might be feeling a little bit tired or not quite there, so it might be a play just to get into the match. And we'll see how that decision works out for them now.
15 love.
Well, quite the start.
Again, seeing this I formation here, probably trying to throw these guys off returns, knowing that they're good returners, just give them something different to look at than usual. It's a great volley by Nate, finding Ruben's backhand.
30-15.
They're the targets, the backhands, and then you open up the space.
$40-50. Game, Lammens Sancic.
Big serving from Lammens to open this one.
First game.
And the choice to receive not paying off in the first game. That was a quick start from the number 2 seeds. They haven't dropped a set yet in 2 matches in Glasgow thus far.
Daniel Mazur to serve. Love 15.
Sancic using the lob to effect there. Maybe watching a bit of Jamie's match last night to take inspiration with that one.
It was a strong tactic from Jamie Murray.
see early on here.
15 all.
Monsieur preferring to stay back after the serve, which obviously is where he feels more comfortable, being more singles-minded, but it'd be interesting to see if Sancic and Lamens try and make it a doubles match like we saw Jamie and JP do yesterday.
Let's first service. Let first service.
It's a good return from
15-30.
Sancic. I just feel Bemelmans could have got a little bit tighter to the net there, because he found his feet quite easily. Saw Jamie do it yesterday, that big step forward after the serve.
Well, that was a huge chance, wasn't it?
Positive move. Good that they can laugh it off.
40-30. Game Bemelmans Messer.
Quite a few second serve returns missed there. And obviously,
One game all.
Sancic's opportunity with that backhand volley. It's a game that they probably felt that they could
Antonio Sancic to serve.
have broken.
Bemelmans and Monsieur are out of a bit of early danger in that game. See if they can make an impact here.
15 love.
Not with serves like that.
Love.
Good pickup by Sancic. Realising that both players are quite far back. Bring them forward.
Love. Game.
Anxious to put that one away. Big serving from the number 2 seeds so far. 3 aces already.
Lamens Sancic lead 2 games to 1.
If you pay for the whole racket, you may as well use it.
Yeah, that final volley wasn't quite central, was it?
Yeah, well, we saw one there from Sancic as well. It's easy to just not respect those maybe as much because they are easier and, you know, just a bit of a lapse in focus, but he obviously got away with that one, and, you know, it might have woken him up a little bit to not do it again. But just before he serves here, Bemelmans just a little bit on him. He's played 9 tournaments in doubles this year, and you can tell the calibre of doubles players he is with the people that he's played with, who want to obviously play with him. Lindstedt in August, last week with Nenad Zimonjic, used to be #1 in the world in Istanbul. He won one in April with Tim Poots, who's great top 100 player, and also made final with Sergei Stakhovsky in April as well in South Korea. So, you know, you see the calibre of the guys he's playing with and guys that want to play with him.
Absolutely.
It just goes to show that he's no he's no stranger
Ruben
to
Lemelmans to serve.
big doubles matches and performing well at doubles level as well.
Let's see how he does here. So a bit of confusion as to who was taking that one.
Again, that's,
Love 15.
for me, that's just looking at it a little bit there. That's Masure's ball. And, you know, that's sometimes the problem with playing with singles guys. They might not necessarily know what their territory is.
Oh, that's a good return. So low. With that off forehand angle.
Love 30.
Great return by Nate.
$15.30.
Finds the space.
15.40.
It's the risky return to go line when a guy's at the net, but it's a good move, especially if a more singles-minded guy is up there. You know, test him early on at the net. It's a good move from Nate.
Here's another chance.
$30.40.
And technically, 2 more break points to save with the no-ad scoring.
Another good serve by Lemelmans,
Juice. Deciding point.
just showing his experience a little bit there, putting first serves in on a big moment. See if he can get another one here. And he's done it. And that's the experience we were talking about, you know. 31 years old.
2 games old.
A lot of high-level doubles matches, a lot of high-level singles matches, and you know, to put 3 first serves down at 3 break points, it's very, very good.
It's impressive early on the amount of cheap points on the serve, because with the bigger margin and space to hit in doubles, taking the net player out of the equation, obviously, you wouldn't expect there to be many serves where the returner just doesn't come back.
Yeah, they're hitting their spots now. But this is always the question, you know, can you keep that scoreboard pressure up? Can you do it at 4-all? Can you do it at 5-all? You know, it's much easier to do it in the first few games of the match.
30-50.
Great return.
It is.
And that's why when you're playing a big server, one of your main objectives is to look after your serve. And then, again, 5-all. Can he come up with those big serves, or are you going to get a look at a second serve? Is he going to throw in one double fault?
$40-50.
Well, he looks pretty secure for now, Nathaniel Lemelmans.
Game. Lamon Sanchez.
Emphatic stuff from the number 2 seeds.
Lamon Sanchez lead 3-2.
Not really allowing their opponents to get into any exchanges. Well, for those just tuning in, you are watching the Murray Trophy Glasgow. It's being staged by the LTA in partnership with Glasgow Life and Glasgow City Council. with the support of Tennis Scotland, and Jamie Murray has been heavily involved in the organisation of the event, been very busy this week doing things behind the scenes. He was on court earlier, actually, before play started, having a hit with some fans, which is a unique opportunity that they're probably not going to encounter at the likes of Wimbledon. So a great opportunity with this event for people in Scotland to come and see top quality tennis on their doorstep and to get close to the stars as well. We've got some high quality players in both singles and doubles.
Lammens, and of course along with Sanchez, playing for another opportunity to play Jamie.
Time.
Lost him at US Open this year. First round, he was a wild card entry. Lammens with Rob Galloway.
We'll have some idea of what to expect then. Great angle.
It's a great shot, and that's where playing singles guys can be very tricky, because most doubles guys in that situation, when both are up, they'll try and target the middle more, try and get their partner involved, but a singles guy obviously has the confidence and swagger, so to speak, to hit that angle. Something that Sanchez definitely wouldn't have been expecting.
Net and second serve. Love.
Lovely interception. Good hands.
Well done from Bemelmans, taking that middle.
40 love.
Will they discuss that he takes that ahead of the serve, or does he have to make that decision?
That will be his job, to take that middle.
Let. First service.
Obviously, he'll know the direction of the serve. So, for instance, if Monsieur here was to serve T, Bemelmans will move over slightly to the middle, because it's very difficult to get that angle back past him in the channel line.
Game. Bemelmans Mazur.
Well predicted.
Three games all.
It's a good game, but you know, for the next game when Bemelmans is serving, although he's got more experience with a doubles player, Sanchez and Lammens will see that more of their opportunity, because Monsieur, having the least doubles experience on the court, might not necessarily take those balls.
Oh, yes.
Well done. It's a great backhand.
Love 15.
And good return from Monsieur to stay in the point off a good serve by Sanchez.
I guess the going back to the previous point, the pace of doubles has the players ready to get back on those smashes, where if you were playing singles, you might just stand there and let it go and view it as point over.
(15-30).
Just didn't quite go through that volley, Sanchez. I formation again, trying to throw Bemelmans off his return a little bit, knowing he's a good returner.
Well, threw them off a bit with that first return straight to the body.
15-40.
And now we see double break point chance, triple technically, for the non-seeded pair.
Great hit, went the right way.
Worth going
30-40.
The line was open.
Nothing wrong with that. Good miss.
Juice.
It's good keeping it short. Obviously, the non-seeders sticking to the baseline.
Receiver's choice.
Who's taking this?
Monsieur, I think. It's a difficult decision because both great returners.
Game Lamin Sanchez.
Great choice of serve. They were ready for that one if it came back.
New balls, please. Lamin Sanchez lead 4-3.
An interesting opening to this one. Both teams having looked at decent opportunities, but not able to break through. In fact, both teams have had technically triple breakpoint opportunity, and the big serves have come down. That's been key.
I think Sanchez a bit disappointed with himself there. On a few occasions had balls and shots that should have really been put away, and kind of a little bit too passive on them in the smash. That Bellman's, you know, credit to Bellman's, he still came up with a great shot. That high volley there at 15:30.
Time.
Well, for the next few games, I'm joined by a special guest in Dominic Iannotti. And Dominic, can you tell us a bit about what you do?
So I'm a self-employed tennis coach down at Prestwick Tennis and Fitness. And I've been coaching there for over a year and a half or so. I've been playing a lot of tennis for the last 10, 11 years and stuff. I'm part of Great Britain's LD national squad, heading off to the Ines Global Games in Brisbane 2019 in October time. So really I'm just playing a lot of tennis through the summer and just trying to prepare myself for the big event and stuff.
14 love.
Well, you've won 7 medals at the INAS World and European Tennis Champs in Paris last year. How was that for you?
Oh, it was brilliant. I think firstly, like, to defend the doubles title for a start was really good. It was brilliant for myself from the doubles partner's point of view too.
Well, you'll know then that was an emphatic game for this pair in this match.
Yeah, again, a very comfortable hold, and again, it puts the pressure on Lammens and Sanchez to hold again.
Have you seen much of any of these guys play?
I've just been seeing from the highlights of the Facebook Live, and that's really good. I've seen a bit of Joey Murray last night. Him and John Patrick Smith looked pretty good. So.
Let first service.
That was a good return. I mean, Scott was saying previously, Lammens and Sanchez, the more experienced doubles players, and they're using that I formation a lot just to try and keep their opponents guessing, but they're starting to find the spaces. Strong at the net, robbing them of the spaces.
15 all.
When you're playing doubles, where do you like to be on court?
Preferably at the net. We try and tend to have both players at the net, so we try and put pressure just at last point there, having two players at the net, making the masseur, making them make the mistake.
But these guys, you can see with their singles experience how comfortable they are playing from the baseline and having that target as well.
Oh yeah, 100%.
It's a half chance here. Once again, ripping that return down the line, spying the opening.
That's a great thing to set the point up as well. A great return down the line,
15,
and then just a great smash to finish it off. And it's 2 break points for Belmont and Masseur.
And could this be the moment? There've been break points for either side, and neither have taken them.
Pressure on the second serve now. Yeah, they'll put it away.
That was well handled, isn't it? Had to get back for that.
30-40.
I think a first serve here now is pretty important, just to kind of ease a bit of the pressure, even though it's still break point, just to get a good first serve in.
Nathaniel Lamons has been drilling those first serves in. Can he do it under pressure? Well, he catches his positioning. Wasn't quickly enough into the net, Lamons, and it was a difficult half volley to execute.
Belmont Mazzoli, 5 games to 4.
Well, you've come on time for the drama.
Yeah.
Nice timing. So, you're part of a 5-person GB squad. You're going up to Brisbane for the INAS Global Games on 12th of October.
Yeah.
What does training incorporate for you guys?
So basically we train mainly at the National Tennis Centre in London, if we can, two times, well, once every 2 months or so. I try and do most of my training like back home in my club in Prestwick, and I try and meet up with my coaches as much as I can, and try because also we don't get to see much of each other throughout the year and stuff, so we try and meet up if we can as much as we can to get that, keep that team chemistry quite high and stuff. And yeah, really for me, obviously I do a lot of coaching now, so it's been tough to do proper like hit training stuff, but just I managed to hit plenty of tennis balls on the court and stuff, and do a lot of stuff in the gym and stuff. So, but yeah, for me it's just now just keep myself fit and trying to keep taking little parts, try to improve little parts from the games, try and get as much success as I can at the games and stuff.
Of course, a big moment here for the non-seeded duo.
At 15 love.
Slim margins.
Slim margins.
Return came back fast. Seen a few missed volleys in this opening set. Both teams trying to rob each other of time on the ball. It was the right shot to go for. He saw the opening down the line, but couldn't get the control.
Yeah, I think just kind of went for too much, rather than the one back cross court. But yeah, as you said correctly, he had the chance to get down the line. Just over controlled it or over went for it.
You can see Sancic frustrated with himself there. These two have had chances. They'll know this set is very much on the line.
40-50.
But here we go, 2 set points, and the number 2 seeds will have to win 3 points in a row if they're to stay alive in this opening set. It's a big ask.
Yeah. No, we get a first serve here.
Game and first set.
Well, there it is. It was 50-50 for much of the opener, but Lammens and Sancic just leaving the opening in that last game, and Bemelmans and Mashur closing out confidently. Didn't flinch in that opportunity, did they?
Absolutely not. And again, just really careless, really silly errors from the other pair to try and, you know, make simple balls and stuff. And as I said, the previous point, going for that down the line and stuff, and the second serve return. But yeah, credit to Bemelmans and Mashur keeping their composure in the 5-4 game, and you know, held it pretty comfortably.
Well, they've got the opening lead, but this format with the doubles, if Lammens and Sancic come back and get the second set, it's a 10-point match tie-break, so it's pretty much still on the line. Anyone could come away with this, really.
Absolutely. I mean, if Lammens and Sancic get a good start, first set, get an early break, who's to say they can't go on and win the second set, and then the pressure on the championship tie-break.
Absolutely. It's fast-paced, isn't it, doubles, with the format, with the sudden death deuces, and with that match tie-break, and this could still go in any direction. Before I bring Scott back to wrap up that set a bit, you're currently on a coaching apprenticeship at Prestwick Tennis Club, is that correct?
I did that last year.
You did that
so I'm
last year.
I'm now a fully qualified level 3 tennis coach.
Fantastic, which means you can coach anywhere in the world.
Exactly.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. So where do you see yourself heading?
Very good question, how we go. I mean, who's to say? I stay at Prestwick for quite a bit. Hopefully I do for quite a while, but you know, I'd love to go and experience America, Australia.
Lots going on there with the
yeah.
college scene and stuff as well, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And do quite a lot of disability coaching. I'm one of the coaches at our club at disability stuff. So I want to try and keep carrying that on going forward and stuff, and see how far I can get with that, as well as playing as well.
50 love.
Well, thanks for coming to chat to us. We wish you all the best with that.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me.
And
really a pleasure.
All the best with the games coming up in October.
Thank you. I really appreciate your support and stuff. Thank you.
You're welcome.
30 love. Love.
It'll be crucial for Lammens and Sancic to get this swift start after a disappointing loss of that first set. They had their chances. Everything going the way of the singles duo.
40-50. Game, Lammens, Sancic.
A little bit of frustration in that final volley put away, but
First game, second set.
they get the opening hold. Scott, what did you make of that first set?
Yeah, probably one that you didn't really see coming, actually. We're going to see the first set stats here. Might be a bit telling. Second serve, points won for Bemelmans Mashur, 100%. I mean, that is the stat. Yeah, that's why then that they won the first set.
That's so uncommon, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Nate and Sancic have to really think about what they're doing on second serve return. Looking at that stat, they have to try and change things up. Maybe return line, maybe return and come forward, put the pressure on like we saw Jamie do yesterday. You know, just seen it there, second serve. Okay, solid return cross court, but you're not winning many battles with those singles guys cross court if you're just trying to trade with them. So you need to change it up, poach, come in off return, back to that point of trying to make it a doubles match.
Nicely done by Bemelmans at the net.
30 love.
Bemelmans playing some great tennis now, came up with a couple of clutch returns. in that 4-all game.
Covered the length of that net in the point previously.
40 love.
So good.
Fantastic feel from Bellmans there. You're sure that they'd obviously called to switch,
1 game all.
but realising that it was a slower ball and he had the opportunity to take it rather than let his partner run onto it. So he made the right move there, Bellmans, again showing his experience and class on the doubles court.
Love 15.
Bellmans is like that line return. Well done, Nate. Great closing of the net, really taking away that angle from Bellmans, and a brilliant doubles point all round.
Set up well with the body serve.
See here, no panic from Nate and Sancic. They know there's a way to go in this match.
Good hands. They did seem a little frustrated though at the start of the second set. Well, they probably didn't really know how that first one had slipped by them. They had their chances in it.
Yeah, there'll always be a bit of a downer when you've won the first set, but you need to remember, especially in doubles, you don't really have time for that.
Game Lamens Sancic.
That's great touch from Sancic at the net. Smart using the shorter volleys.
Lamens Sancic lead 2 games to 1.
Rattled through that one. But, I mean, credit to Bellmans and Mazur, because even though they lost that first game of the second set pretty quickly, they went about their own service game as if they were just carrying on the momentum from the first set. Didn't really let it phase them.
Again, that's the mentality that both these teams will be adopting right now. Let's look after our service games. Let's try and create some opportunities on serve when we get the chance. You know, playing on a quick indoor hard court, it's difficult to create those opportunities. So when they do come, saw quite a few in the first set. Both teams having 3 break points in a row. Need to really try and be there.
And Lamens is reading those notes at the changeover. Is that going to be more about scouting details from their opponents or what he needs to do on the court?
Could be both. He'll have those certain things that maybe make him tick. Just a couple reminders, you know, maybe to stay low at the net, to keep bringing the energy when down. See him bouncing around now. But also, like I touched on, they played Monsieur. So there might be some stuff on him as well.
He talks about keeping low at the net, maintaining energy, etc. And people might think, oh, that's a bit obvious. But I guess in a sport like tennis and doubles, it's so fast-paced. It's something that there's chances to forget about when you're in the heat of the moment, I suppose.
Obviously, after the first set, you can
30 love.
You can get down on yourself, you know, you haven't quite played the service game that you would have wanted, a couple of cheap points. But like I said, with this scoring system, championship tiebreak, true sudden death points, you don't have time to be down on yourself.
Let first service.
You're out there, you've got a job to do. Much easier said than done though. Again, see the call there was the switch. Masur was on his way to the other side, realising that the return, that he could get to it. Saw a good move from Sancic there, realising that his partner had been pushed wide, so he has to come over and cover the middle of the court, and that's what might have thrown Masur out on the volley a little bit.
Oh, ambitious.
40-30.
Good return from Sancic. Masur just feel can have that aggressive step forward, and that would have been a volley on top of the net rather than a volley at his feet.
Game, Belmans and Masur.
Let the squeeze through.
2 games all. Love 15.
Sancic probably one of the guys that will get down himself the most, so if they can create some chances here, then they might get the reward. That's a good volley.
Yeah, well in.
Good depth.
15 all.
And again, see Masur just feeling the pressure of them both being forward, and that's how I'd like to see them on the returning games as well, if they can find themselves in those situations.
— 15-30.
Been keeping Lemons guessing with the returns. He hasn't seemed too sure in this game. Oh.
Great shot from Ruben.
30-40.
Well, here's their chance. Break point.
Fantastic serve.
Deciding point, receiver's choice.
Always good to play high. Sometimes on big points it just throws the returner off, and as a returner I think you just need to kind of pick a spot and just commit to it, and if the net player goes the right way, then too good.
Let's first service.
Well, that gives Bemelmans and Mazur an idea of what they wanted to do.
Game, Lamin Sancic.
The serve's too good. Big stuff from Sancic.
Sancic lead 3 games to 2.
It was a pretty crucial game.
Again, Sancic, you know, showing his experience a little bit there. We talked about Bemelmans coming up with first serves and big points, and credit where credit is due, Sancic has done the same.
We were saying previously with the format, this is no done deal. Even with no breaks in the second set, this could easily go either way. And if they keep serving as big as that, these guys are actually going to be tough to break, however many break points their opponents come up with. I mean, there have been so many break points unconverted throughout the first set and now in the second set as well. Chances have come and gone. And the winners of this clash will take on the winners of the final match on centre court today. The top seeds, Jamie Murray and JP Smith, taking on Marek Gengel and Ramkumar Ramanathan, who's also in singles action shortly. And that will be tomorrow's doubles final.
Again,
15 love.
another second serve return missed. But 85% of these guys second serve points won. Going back to Louis Kai, the guru of British doubles and doubles. 55% is where you want to be, and these guys are 85 right now. Oh,
That's such a shame. It was a fantastic get from Lamens.
we saw it all that point. Great hands, great athleticism.
30 love.
I'm not sure the number 2 seeds will be smiling quite so much.
You can see now the frustration just starting to
40
build.
love.
As this match just gets longer and longer, and you still haven't got the opportunities that you want.
Game, Bemelmans.
Roles reversed in that point.
New balls, please.
Bemelmans and Mazur strong at that net. And Sancic and Lamens, for the most part, seem to be doing the right things, but just struggling to finish points off at the moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're just a bit casual when it comes to that last put away ball, or you know, just the intensity isn't quite there right now. That's the play.
Yeah,
That's the
one.
kind of thing they have to do. Make this a doubles match. It's a great recovery from Nate. Good ball.
15 love.
Most singles guys want to stay in that cross-court exchange, so you can take that risk and poach there, which Sancic did fantastically and timed it brilliantly well as well to disguise it.
Oh.
Oh. 15 all.
Lucky but better doubles. Last 2 points have been positive for these guys. hits that one well. One of the toughest shots in doubles.
15-30.
That off backhand return from the Jew side.
He's had a fair few winners off it.
Good volley from Nate. Again, big margin, but that with the volley finding the backhand down the middle, cutting off any angle that could have been created.
Good use of the angles. Handled the half volley well to get up there.
Yeah, he's helped his partner out there.
40-30. Game, Lamin Sancic.
Good game, good hold. Again, just keep applying that pressure.
Lamin Sancic lead 4 games to 3.
Do they change anything at this point? Or just keep trying to execute their game plan?
Lamins and Sancic. I'll just go back to what I said before. The only thing I think that they can change is try and change how they're approaching the match with especially with the second serve returns. You know, those points won are way too high for Bemelmans and Masseur in the eyes of Lamins and Sancic, and they just need to think how they're going to go about that. We saw the poach there from Sancic in the last game. They haven't done much of that. That's a good move, you know, just for the guy to return cross and then expect the singles guy to hit cross again and make that move. Or what we saw Jamie and JP use so effectively last night, to hit and come in and apply the pressure that way.
Time.
So that's the only thing I'd really change. But you know, they're solid, they're holding well. Keep looking after your serves and try and create those opportunities.
Can't argue with that.
Love.
Oh.
30-15.
Good return.
Masseur-esque.
First service.
See Sancic in red on your screen, his position as receiver's partner, a little bit different way of approaching it than most people. Not sure necessarily what the benefit of that would be. Just a personal preference thing,
40-50.
I guess.
Well, that's what they wanted. Quick hold, throw the pressure back on the number 2 seeds.
4 games all.
With these two, Bemelmans and Masseur, are not regular partners, and they've only actually played one match this week because they had a walkover in the last round. They beat the number 3 seeds in straight sets in their opener. It's flowed pretty nicely for them.
Love 15.
Yeah, I must say, I feel that Mercer's improved throughout this match. Been a bit more aware. We saw him miss a couple, go through the middle early on, and he's starting to take those balls. Whether it's a confidence thing or just getting used to that speed of doubles, which you might not see as much in singles.
Love 30.
It's that scoreboard pressure.
Yeah, partly. I mean, one double fault, I'd say yes. Two, I'd say just a lack of focus, probably. But this is the problem, to serve two double faults against two great returners like this. You're asking for trouble, and now they are in a bit of trouble. It says they had triple break point, but we all know it's really 4 break points, which isn't easy to get out of. We saw that he made a lot of first serves the last time there were break points down.
15-14.
There's another one, and he's going to need a few more, I think.
Has to stay in the moment here. 4 in a row. A lot to save. Oh, that was big from Lammens.
Great volley.
So strong.
30-14.
Point by point here. Try not to rush. Stick to your game plan.
Just deciding point.
3 saved, 1 to go.
Receiver's choice.
Again, 3 first serves from Sancic.
Absolutely crucial moment here for the number 2 seeds.
He went T on the last juice on left point to Mercer. See if he goes out again.
Game 11, Sanchez.
Well, he deserves that applause. Nerves of steel under pressure.
Lammens Sanchez lead 5 games to 4.
And yeah, they didn't get the start to that game they wanted, but that's such a boost to come from essentially 4 break points down and get the advantage, come a game away from the second set.
They'll feel the momentum getting back into that game for sure, and you know, obviously they would have been in a very tricky situation had they lost it. Belmans and Mercer would have served for it, and the way they've been serving, you back them to see it out. But yeah, they'll be feeling good that they've created a bit of momentum there. Sancic probably just focusing a little bit more, to be honest with you, but again, showing his class and experience to come up with 4 first serves and, you know, 3 on the other break points down as well, and they've saved a lot of break points in this match, and I think that's credit to their experience and maybe just their calmness to take each point at a time and not think too far ahead. But ultimately it was their fault for putting themselves in that situation in the first place with 2 double faults, and they got away with it.
10 of 11 break points saved this match by the number 2 seeds, which is huge. But their opponents are clinical, 3 of 3.
It can almost be a bit free here, this game. It's good from Mercer, just
15 love.
weather that storm.
Thirty love.
Left it late.
30-15. 30 all.
Bemelmans with a bit of trouble back-to-back judging those overheads. Well, here's the chance. A huge chance. Effectively double set point here.
40. And second set.
Did that get stuck in the rafters? I don't know what happened there, but it is one set all, and Lammens' decision to stay back in the court paying off on that final point. Not something that we've seen often.
10-point match tiebreak will soon be played to decide the match.
Composure from Nate to go with that lob rather than try and drill it. And again, you know, we've seen so often them get broken. They have breakpoint opportunities and then get broken. But again, second serve points won 28%. Just shows they're going to have to make quite a few first serves in this championship tiebreak.
Which way do you see it going then? It's hard, isn't it? Because of that, it can go this way and that so quickly.
I'll go with Lammens and Sancic, I think. Again, with it being a doubles team, you might back them a bit more in tight moments in a doubles match, but it can work the other way as well, where Bemelmans and Masseur maybe slightly more relaxed, but you see there Sancic laughing away, so he's obviously feeling relaxed.
Yeah, the absolutely key moment of that second set was when he saved those 4 break points with big serves, and actually after that game he seemed to free up a bit, Sancic.
Well, and that's the focus that he needs to take into this tiebreak now, you know.
10-point tiebreak. Lammens to serve.
Don't let it get into a difficult situation again.
One 0. Lammens Sancic.
Well, it's first to 10, every point counts in this match tiebreak.
One all.
Good stuff from Ruben there. Really important in these championship tiebreaks.
Bemelmans Masseur.
With the tension, just to do the basics well. Do the basics well, ask the questions, play the percentages, and see what the opposition have.
Masseur made that look casual, but well judged, well timed.
Good pick up.
I was expecting them to rip it a bit more off the pickup, just with that slow down in pace.
Three 2. Lammens Sancic.
2 first serves from Sancic, that's 6 first serves in a row. Which probably hasn't done this match. And again, now saying over to you, monsieur. Sanchez staying here.
4-2. Lamens Sancic.
So they have the mini break, the number 2 seeds heading into the changeover. And that can change very quickly. Key point, the next one.
Really feel that energy's changed in the match after those 4 breakpoint opportunities of Bellmans and Monsieur. You just need to remember that they're in a championship tiebreak and anything can happen.
Calmly slotted away.
4-3. Lamens Sancic.
Got the mini break. Great return from Bellmans, but then an uncharacteristic miss. I'm sure he'll be frustrated with himself for that because there was a small chance to get that mini break back. Eye formation again on Monsieur. Great volley.
Does that mini break make a difference to their mentality? Do they feel they have more breathing room?
I think so. I mean, obviously it's not much to go on, but definitely, you know, they know if they can hold their 2, they've got a 3-point deficit now, and they're going to have a chance to get 1 more potentially.
So close.
6-4.
Such
Lamens
slim
Sancic.
margins. That was half an inch away from the sideline. Two quick points on serve, that's exactly what they needed.
6-5, Lamens Sancic.
Throws it back over, asks the questions of Antonio Sancic.
Up at 80% first serves right now, Lamens and Sancic. It's a great number.
That's good placement.
He's gone for that first serve, and strange decision, first serve 88 mile an hour.
You could see the pace had dropped.
Maybe heard that I was talking about percentages and wanted to keep it up.
It happens sometimes. No, it was a strange choice.
Sometimes the slow ball can work well against good returners, just throw them off a little bit, but you don't often see it. 6-5 up, but great move from Nate.
Lamens Sancic.
Good recovery after a bit of an unexpected point previously. But the mini break has gone, so tight in this latter stage of the match. Tie break.
6. Lamin Sancic.
Well, you only had to listen to that reaction to know how huge that point was. And big for the number 2 seeds to win that exchange from the baseline.
Good composure from Messeur, didn't get put off by Lamin's fake.
8-7.
Again, Sancic
Lamin Sancic.
using that return to affect the lob. He's actually hit that fantastically well towards the end of this match.
2 serves for Nathaniel Lammens. If he holds them, they've got the win. Well, he went for it.
Lamin Sancic.
You get the feeling Sancic would have been ready had that one come over. He was in position. And here we go. 2 match points for Lammens and Sancic.
Fault.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Daniel Messeur, what a shot.
Didn't hold back on a huge point here.
Again though, singles guy
9-8.
having that arrogance to go across court.
Sancic.
You see Lammens coming across to protect the middle. Great shot from Daniel Messeur.
Second serve percentage 1 might come in handy now. Still a match point.
Well, this has got exciting, hasn't it?
No calling this now. That was monumental from Daniel Messeur on that first match point. And a good second serve to make it 9-all. There's Bemelmans again.
Very good, very good.
And this is how quickly it can change.
Fantastic serve from Bemelmans.
10-9. Bemelmans Mazur.
Using that lefty swinger tee. Sancic come up with a lot of first serves on big points, and he's going to need one here. Again, taking quite a bit off that 94 mile an hour. Got it.
The non-seeders come through. They grab the upset.
2-6-1, 6-4, 4-6, 11-9.
From the brink of defeat, Ruben Bemelmans and Daniel Messeur find something special to take down the number 2 seeds, Antonio Sancic and Nathaniel Lammens. Oh, that was massive in the big points at the end of that match tiebreak. And that's how slim the margins are.
What a match. I think, you know, these guys probably deserved to win it, if you ever deserve to win a tennis match. They were so solid throughout, great on returns, creating opportunities. And Daniel Messeur, I mean, the composure and, like I said there, when it happened, the arrogance to hit that shot, I mean, absolutely fantastic. And Lammens and Sancic are going to be gutted. You know, we've all been in those situations before. Again, the massive telling point there, second serve points won. You almost felt at that match point there that Bemelmans was going to come up with a great return.
Yeah.
Such a good returner of the ball. You know, he's made a career on it, and 42% just isn't high enough, especially when you compare it to Bellman's and Masua's 72%.
They just applied pressure all the way through, didn't they, the non-seed? As you can see, only converted one break point, but had so many opportunities. And they will face the winners of the match that will close the day on centre court. The top seeds, Jamie Murray and JP Smith, taking on Marek Gengel and Ramkumar Ramanathan. Confirmation of that appearing on your screen now. What a match. The top seeds have something to live up to later on. That was back and forth and so much strategy and so fast-paced. And Bemelmans and Masur will surely be pleased with that one. So moving through, and we will find out their forthcoming opponents later in the day. For now, upcoming on centre court, the first of the singles semi-finals. And that's between Alexander Muller of France and our number 5 seed, Ramkumar Ramanathan. We'll be with you for that one shortly. Welcome back to the Murray Trophy Glasgow on this semi-finals day. A dramatic doubles encounter to open with the non-seeders winning through. Ruben Bemelmans and Daniel Mazur will take on the winners of the second doubles match featuring Jamie Murray later today. For now, we turn our attention to the first of the singles semi-finals featuring the man that was just on your screen, the number 5 seed Ramkumar Ramanathan, against young Alexander Muller, the number 16 seed, who's come through quite the list of opponents to make this stage. Once again, I'm Abigail Johnson here to take you through this one alongside British doubles player Scott Clayton. Quite enjoyed that last match, did you?
It's a good doubles match and hopefully set the tone for the rest of the day. We've got some great matches coming up. Obviously, now you see on your screen this one, contest between Muller and Ramanathan, and later on Ruusuvuori, who we watched dispatch his opponent yesterday, and Rodionov doing exactly the same. So we're in for a good one there as well. Two young guys. These guys not exactly old either. You got Rakamar, 24 years old, and Alex Muller, 22. So you know they're ones to definitely watch for the future as well.
Absolutely, the man on your screen having quite the run of form, Muller of France, 22 as we just mentioned, currently 278 in singles, just a few spots off his career high ranking of number 265 achieved last month. And as we've said, he's had quite the run of form here in Glasgow, had a first round bye as a seeded player, but then took down Maximilian Neuchrist, who was a semi-finalist at our Loughborough Trophy event last season. So on indoor British hard courts, came through that one in 3 sets and then made light work of the top seed Malek Jaziri, 6-1, 6-3, 6-1 even, and that was a pretty fast finish. And with Jaziri not quite hitting his peak in that match, there were questions as to whether Muller would sustain that form or whether it was just a flash in the pan result, because as you mentioned before we came on air, hasn't had the best run of form, Muller, coming into this one, but he did capitalize on that and took down Nicola Kuhn, the number 7 seed, in a high intensity battle yesterday, 3-6, 7-5, 6-4. And with how close that one got at stages, he'll surely be taking a lot of confidence coming into this match.
Sure, he showed great maturity in his performance yesterday to overcome Nicola Kuhn, who's another rising star, and you know, especially tactically there, We saw him introduce the slice a lot, introduce that wide serve into the forehand on the juice and the tee on the ag court. So it'll be interesting to see how he approaches this one. Obviously, Rakhimar Ramanathan coming in with some great results as well, and he's full of confidence. And I've known Rakhimar for a long time, and I was saying to a couple of the guys today and yesterday, I genuinely believe the people that I've seen live and I know of, he's probably one of the best, if not the best competitor I know.
Well, the intensity and the energy that he kept up from the first point to the last in his previous match. In fact, all his previous matches in Glasgow was really something to behold. He hasn't dropped a set for good reason. Altug Celikbilek, his first round opponent, it was the second round obviously because he had a bye in the first round, but 6-4, 6-2 in that first match. Then he faced Botic van de Zandschulp, which threatened to be a tough one because van de Zandschulp has had some good success on British indoor hard courts, but Ramanathan steamrolled through the second set, 6-4, 6-1 in that one, and then edged a close one against Daniel Mesure, who was just victorious in doubles, 7-5, 7-6. So Ramanathan yet to drop a set as he enters the semi-final match.
To drop a set and actually to drop a service game.
Oh, really?
Which is also a big one on indoor hard. Rakhimar known for his serving, definitely. He's got a big second serve as well as a first serve, so difficult to get on. But he's really going to be feeling confident on his service games, having not been broken once this week.
I wonder if that's a stat that Muller is aware of. Do you look at that kind of thing ahead of a clash?
Probably. He's probably not aware of it unless he follows the ATP Challenger Tour on Twitter. Josh doing his bit there, putting that up. But he'll know Rakhimar's game. He'll know that Rakhimar is a renowned server. He'll know that that's where he knows. This is the thing with playing Ramanathan is you know what you're getting from him. You know you're going to get big serves.
This semi-final will be the best of 3 tie-break sets. Alexander Muller won the toss and chose to serve.
You know you're going to get big serves. You know you're going to get a fierce competitor. You know that you're going to have a guy who's looking for his forehand, especially off second serve returns. So it'll be interesting to see how Muller counteracts that. Another thing that Muller did so well yesterday was use that wide serve that I discussed on the juice and the tee on the ad. Again on the juice, when Rakhimar is looking to run around his backhand to hit that forehand, it'll be interesting if he uses that wide serve as a second serve rather than that standard kick to the backhand.
Well, here we go. Shortly we'll find out how this one is to play out. And it is the 22-year-old to open this match. This first singles semi-final of the day about to get underway.
You see here early on, Ramanathan might start looking for that forehand creep over a little bit.
Love 15.
Not seen many matches open with a double fault.
Love 30.
A few early nerves here from Muller. His first semi-final at ATP Challenger level.
15-30.
So I think it can be expected a little bit, something that Ramanathan might be aware of and try and capitalise on early.
Out. 30 all.
Went for it big down the tee.
Very good from Ramanathan.
30-40.
Forehand is tricky because in the rally he doesn't necessarily hit it too big, but then he can crack winners off it like we've just seen there.
Early break point.
Great sneak by Muller.
Described the opportunity to move in.
Deuce.
Good positioning on that volley after the run.
Good awareness to see that Ramanathan was opening his racket head face, so it was going to be a slice, a bit less pace on it, can get on top of the volley.
In again. That'll give him confidence moving into the court as this match continues.
Muller. Deuce.
Quick finish.
Advantage Muller.
Muller's never faced Ramanathan before, so it's his first taste of this relentless energy that comes from the other side of the court, which has to get wearying as the match goes on.
Game Muller.
That's a good hold to come through early on, saving the break points.
First game.
Muller getting a lot of success coming forward there in that game. Maybe something that he's thought about doing, and we might see more of that.
It's interesting to see Ramanathan have the early chance, and interesting to note that of all the seeded players, he's one of few that didn't actually drop a set in his first match. It was difficult for the seeds coming up against opponents who'd already played a match and got going, but he hasn't had a slow start yet in Glasgow. He's been quick off the blocks.
Ramanathan also a guy who's not shy of coming forward.
15 Muller.
Very aggressive tennis player.
40 love.
There was good control on that pickup. He made sure he stopped and held his position to execute. So important not to rush through those shots.
Making an early statement with that service game, showing why he hasn't been broken all tournament.
1 game.
I mean, I played him in doubles this week, and something I definitely felt is very difficult to return that serve. And when you do think that you have an opportunity, when he's hitting a second serve, he still gets such good pace and heaviness on the ball. Difficult to get on top of.
We're only in the third game, but he's already engaged in a lot of long cross-court rallies, Ramanathan, quite comfortably. He's not afraid of those exchanges.
What a shot.
15-all.
Oh, out.
Just, I mean, it was fractional. Really made a statement, though, by having a rip like that at it.
Again, see there, looking for the forehand on the second serve return. So far back there, Ramanathan,
Yeah.
actually out of the screen.
30-15.
But he's obviously comfortable there, but likewise he's comfortable moving forward, and sometimes that's why he's so tricky to play, because you're just not sure what you're getting from him.
Started in such a defensive position and then went to rip the forehand to close the point. Well, if he was further forward, that shot would have been in, because he just lacked a bit of height on the ball.
Fred Muller again, getting success coming forward. I think that's 4 from 4, net points 1.
2 games to 1.
He hasn't flinched at the consistency from his opponent. These two both looked strong in differing ways coming into this one. Muller rising to the occasion when he needed to in his last match. Ramanathan, seeing the quality he's produced in Glasgow, it's hard to believe he hasn't won an ATP Challenger title before. He's reached 4 finals, I believe. None this season, going for his first Challenger final of 2019 here. I believe his last singles titles actually came in 2017 at Futures level, ITF Futures, so capable of more, and it's about sustaining that intensity for the length of a tournament, right? Because we can see that he has the ability, the potential. He's made life very difficult for all his opponents so far in Scotstoun.
Take your seats quickly, please. Thank you.
Sure, and that's probably one of the things.
Time.
You know, we talk about margins in tennis and how they're so small, and consistency of performance is a big thing, and you know that's one of the things that separates the top guys from maybe challenger level guys. I think that Rakhimov, again, you know what you're getting from him. He's always going to compete well. It's just about getting his game on the court, using that serve to effect.
Well, he keeps going for that off forehand, Ramanathan.
50 love.
And not having the clinical precision on it every time has not put him off. First double fault for Ramanathan. We saw a couple back-to-back from Muller to open the clash.
Third seat 50.
From one extreme to the next. Oh, that was absolutely brilliant.
40-15.
He was stretched out for the pickup. That return came so fast, but great recovery. Was straight back into his ready position to put the final volley away. Well, he's not going to be scared of playing catch-up, Ramanathan, with his record on serve this tournament. We've seen scoreboard pressure tell a tale with many players this week, but Ramanathan has seemed immune for the most part.
Love. 15 all.
Ramanathan's changed up his positioning here, stayed on top of that baseline to apply the pressure.
$15-30.
Oh, that is absolutely huge.
What a forehand.
A moment there where his positioning actually further behind the baseline gave him more time on this ball to get the cross-court pass.
Kept his head down so well there. Went right through the shot.
Oh, that is absolutely tremendous from the Indian. What a game.
I think deserved as well.
Ramanathan leads 3 games to 2.
He's been putting applying great pressure onto Muller throughout this match, and now Muller's got his work cut up because he's going to need to try and secure that break, which Ramanathan hasn't been used to this week.
Well, he didn't give Muller any rhythm in that game. He was giving him lots of different looks, a slice return deep at one point, changing up his positioning behind the baseline, and then that final lob. Muller just, at the moment, unsure what to expect from the number 5 seed.
Currently trains in Barcelona in Spain, Ramanathan. A little club there. Majority of the time I think he's actually on clay courts. I think they have one hard court there.
And that's interesting because you don't look at his game and think of it as a clay court game. That's the ability to transition between surfaces and to adjust to wherever you're playing.
Very religious guy as well, Rakhimov. But does everything so well. Won't leave a stone unturned. Getting ready for his doubles later against Jamie Murray and JP Smith, I think. That serve and volley. But again, showing how effective he is coming forward, and I love his aggression, the way he plays. Can sit back and grind, but can also hit big and come forward.
Oh, that's well played. Kept it low. And I think Ramanathan getting in Muller's face a bit right now. A big setup, I feel, for that break was the penultimate point of the previous game, Ramanathan's service game, when he was dragged out of position by Muller, but regrouped and fired a volley winner straight past him, really making his intentions known.
Right for serve. Third to 15.
119 mile an hour down the tee.
Finds the pass again, so low that it clipped the net cord.
31.
And it has to be to stretch the number 5 seed out. Just couldn't get underneath. The net cord didn't help Ramanathan there. Well, a serve and volley attempt.
Just wondering, I mean, he's done it a lot at the moment, but just wondering if that's a tactic, seeing that Muller chipped a lot of his forehand returns yesterday.
Break back point straight away.
Good volley,
yep.
and very brave to play that tactic after it didn't work out for him on the last couple of occasions. Sticking to the game plan. And that's what's so important in those big moments. Stick to the game plan, be clear in your mind what you're doing.
The big thing, almost the most intimidating thing about Ramanathan is that he plays every point as if it's the first and the last. He takes it by itself.
Good from Muller again, using that tactic of coming forward to throw Ramanathan. He's quite far back, so I like that move from Muller, and for his sake I hope he sees how effective it is right now.
Really applied the pressure there, just with his positioning.
Advantage Ramanathan.
Kept so steady on that low volley. Set him up for the put away. Stepped into it.
Ramanathan leads 4-2.
That forward movement doing the job. Consolidates.
Great pass.
So low.
Keeps so stable on those passing shots.
With the way Muller was cracking down on the ball, it seemed the right decision to move in, but could have gone for a bit more with that forehand on the approach. Great stuff from Muller. Ramanathan not allowed to play the way he wanted to as he tried to get that one back. Had to get low for the slice. Strong holds for the 22-year-old. But Ramanathan still has the break and will be serving with new balls after the changeover, which is a bit of an advantage.
what I really like about Ramanathan is that, for me, even if it doesn't work out at certain times, he doesn't go away from his game plan. He knows what it is, he sticks to it. You'd like to think that if it's black and white that it isn't working, then he can adjust, which he obviously can because he's a very good tennis player, but he's happy to stick to what he thinks is going to work, and he backs himself to do it, and that's what I think has helped him in his career and is helping him, is just to have that clarity of what you're doing and stick to it, because tennis is obviously a very difficult sport at the best of times. So when you're clear in your mind as to what you want to put out there, then it makes it that touch easier for you.
Time.
But two great competitors. We saw Muller yesterday competing so well to come back in his match, and tactically so smart as well, and you just wonder whether he's got a couple of things up his sleeve today that he can introduce now that he's in a position where Ramanathan is a break of serve up and difficult to break back, especially now with the new balls 4-3.
15-1.
Just making it so much quicker out there. Ramanathan's serve at the best of times, not an easy one to return, but especially with these new balls.
Let's for serve.
Second serve ace. And confident serves, you could just feel even after that let, and Muller knew that it was going to be a wide serve. Didn't mind going that direction again. When it's good enough.
14 love.
Back to back.
He's got 4 aces in a row here. Don't see this often.
Especially not when one of them's a second serve ace.
Wonder if he'll go for it here.
Nearly got the set.
15. Game, Ramanathan.
Well done.
Ramanathan leads 5 games to 3.
That's a huge break, ripping his serve on both the first and second deliveries. Ramanathan, and now is looking in a pretty solid position in this set.
Let for serve.
Like you said though, Muller so tactically good in making the adjustments necessary in his last match.
That point nearly had it all from Ramanathan. Muller's done well to stay in that, but again, another part of his game that I really like is just that ability to be able to change pace, to be able to change height you know, it's difficult as an opponent because you don't know what you're getting, and then all of a sudden he rips one as well. It's very tricky to know what to do against him.
He was so short on that one as well.
50-all.
Lost some time on that return as he ran round to try and get it on the forehand. Oh, that's brilliantly done by Ramanathan, continuously keeping Muller guessing, dragging him into the court.
30-all.
Got away with that drop shot a little bit. Not a bad shot by any means by Muller there off of it, but another fantastic pass. You can just see there his body so stable behind the ball, putting himself in a great position to be able to hit that shot.
An important game to hold. Forces his opponent to serve it out.
Ramanathan leads 5 games to 4.
And as we've said, the number 5 seed yet to have his serve broken this tournament. And for that reason alone, Muller wouldn't have wanted to be broken for the first set. He wants to be serving first when we go into his seconds. And for those just tuning in, you are watching the Murray Trophy. It's the penultimate day of the event, semi-finals day. It's being staged by the LTA in partnership with Glasgow Life and Glasgow City Council with the support of Tennis Scotland. And the LTA have named the tournament in tribute to the Murray family's contribution to the game, with Jamie Murray working closely alongside the LTA and Glasgow Life behind the scenes on the planning of the event. Jamie Murray will be on court later for the second doubles match of the day.
Thank you. Time.
But for now, here is Ramanathan.
Interesting to see if he keeps up with that serve volley technique. Doing it a lot in this match so far. Working, but Muller's still getting a couple of opportunities as well. Great hands by Muller to take the pace off that pass. Very smart move. Realised he was out of court.
15.
Set up. Just setting himself up with that. Get it down to the feet and set yourself up for the next ball to pass. Very smart.
just dipped below 50% of first serves landed, Ramanathan.
Love 30.
And previously, that hasn't really hurt him. It's not been uncommon for him to have a low first serve percentage, but Muller finding the spaces here.
Let for serve.
Fantastic first volley. Muller returning really well right now, but Ramanathan sticking with his tactic of that serve volley. Getting the reward there, but with Muller returning so well, it's going to be difficult for him to see it out unless he starts making a few of those first serves.
Yeah, that was brave, going straight in off the second. It's more like it.
31.
Oh, he just kept accelerating in that point, Muller.
Fantastic stuff. Matched him for tennis and for grunting in that one.
The intensity went up a notch there, and a strong backhand cross-court from Muller. It was a feature in his last match. Getting that extra bit of pace, and now a break back point. Well, it's breakable after all. Ramkumar Ramanathan broken for the first time this tournament.
5 games all.
Getting a bit of scoreboard pressure. Muller probably batting down that hatch a little bit, making sure he makes the return. Ramanathan sticking with that game plan coming forward, which isn't something you'd really necessarily tell him to do, I don't think, because he's not known for his volleys, but he does like to come forward and be aggressive. And Muller's really stepping up the gear right now.
Again,
50 miles.
that cross-court backhand, the perfect setup.
Just needs to take his time here, Ramanathan, try and break any momentum that Muller sustained this last 5 minutes or so. He's feeling it, isn't he?
Really going for it, Muller.
But one thing you can be sure is that this guy's not going to be going away. Good tennis.
Very focused from Muller.
40-15.
And starting to look more comfortable coming to the forecourt. Setting it up with powerful ground strokes. And suddenly he's out in front. The 22-year-old, what a comeback in this set.
Muller leads 6 games to 5.
Very impressive tennis from Muller again. We've seen coming back from a losing situation to change up the tactics. I really like that when he's using his slice to effect, and you know, Ramanathan's going to be happy to trade with him all day from the back, and I like the fact that Muller's slicing, he's coming forward. You've seen him introduce the serve and volley a few times. Net points won is considerable, and that's something that he's got to think about for the rest of the match. Again, you know, what's got him that break back, what's got him now into this 6-5 situation.
Well, Muller was 5-3 down in this set. He was 5-3 down in the first set against Nikola Kuhn yesterday. He got broken for 6-3. Ramanathan had half chances for 6-3, didn't take them, and Muller's back in this. In the second set against Kuhn, he was again down 5-3, and when he came back from that deficit, he won the set 7-5. So let's see what Muller can do here, if he can repeat the feat.
$15 love.
He's stepping up the pace. I feel like for most of his tournament, Ramanathan's been able to dictate that aspect of the match, but Muller's taking it to him.
Fault. $15-30.
So gently done.
Muller's really returning very smartly now. He appreciates that Ramanathan's got a big serve. He's coming forward a lot, obviously, Ramanathan. So Muller going with big margin down the middle and setting himself up for that second ball pass, asking Ramanathan to hit that volley. Very smart tennis.
was so well worked by Alexander Muller. And right now, since the second set of his previous win, it seems he's the only man left in the draw who's immune to scoreboard pressure. Back from 5-3 down in this opening set, and he takes it 7-5 as he did in his second set against Nicola Kuhn. Nice little mix-up at the end there.
Deserved, I think. I mean, fantastic last few games there from Muller. He really zoned in on the returns, and clever tennis. You see there, both second serve percentage one, pretty similar, but you know, again, the big telling point, first serves in, Ramanathan down at 48, and very difficult, especially with the way he's playing right now with that serve volley, to be really effective if you're always coming in off second serves. Against a good returner like Muller, even trickier, because he's obviously, like I just alluded to there, he's actually being very smart with his return. He's giving himself a big margin for it, making Rakhimov hit that first volley, and then setting himself up for the second ball with the pass. So he's not going for the pass initially. He's playing the marginal play, which is definitely a smart thing that he's doing, and he's getting the reward.
Absolutely, there has been big returning from Muller, smart returning. And prior to his last match, Ramanathan, I don't think, did have high first serve percentages, but he's up against a player who's able to expose that now, the low percentage there. And that's got to be a huge boost of confidence for Muller, coming back from that deficit. And now serving to open the second set, which is exactly the position he'd want to be in. So close to getting broken for that first set.
So a first service game of the first set, Muller hit 2 doubles in a row and followed suit, but I guess he doesn't mind if the whole set follows suit.
15-14.
And the intensity never drops from this man. Immediate opportunity at the beginning of this second set. And good stuff, pushed him right back with the body serve and got the slow high ball he wanted.
30-14. Light second serve. Game Ramanathan.
Well, another double fault And he doesn't have the intensity to steer through that opening game, Muller, as he managed to in the first set.
We touched on it in the start of the match that this was Muller's first semi-final at this level, and just wonder whether now that he's in a winning position, so to speak, being a set up, whether that's got on top of him a little bit and not seeing the finish line, but you know, he knows he's closer, and things can always go through your head when you think you're nearly there.
You mentioned Rafael Nadal's book yesterday. He talks about the fear of winning and suddenly having something to lose. Jumped on it.
Love 15.
And again, it's so noticeable with Muller how there's no distinct weakness on the ground strokes. The backhand just as strong as the forehand.
One of the first times Ramanathan stayed back there. I was actually going to say that as much as I like him sticking to a game plan right now, your game plan isn't working. You have to change something up. He's been broken 2 from the last 2 service games, and he hasn't been broken all tournament. He needs to do something different.
Well, he has no problem ripping into those spaces, Muller.
15-30.
Almost went long midway through that rally. It was a tough call on the baseline. Well, interesting for Muller to strike to Ramanathan there instead of trying to pass him again. It was a chance off the pickup, but emphatically closed by the number 3 seed. Sees the chance. Maybe that's why I didn't try and pass him last time.
It's a good effort with a sneak from Ramanathan, again seeing Muller's racket face open up, but Muller did well to drop it short. Great volley.
Yeah, took it up a notch at the end of that game, Ramanathan.
Ramanathan leads 2 games to love.
Had the strong serves to approach off as well, which was key.
Love 15.
Muller just needs to find that intensity and energy that got him through that first set again.
And this is the moment where his opponent's intensity and energy can start to get to him a bit, because he has the lead here, Ramanathan, and he's clearly sensing more opportunities.
Love 40.
Sloppy games from Muller right now. 3 double faults in the previous service game and another one there, and missed rally forehand ball.
Game, Ramanathan.
I think it's important for Muller just
Leads 3 games to 1.
to remember what got him into this situation. You know, the tactics that he used. Okay, of course Ramanathan has changed his tactics up a little bit, where he's not serve volleying as frequently as he was before. But you know, there's a couple times there where Ramanathan was at the net and could he have tried to find the feet. I know it's much easier said than done, but that was something that was helping him. Also just himself and what he can control. He was coming forward a lot and getting success that way, and you know, you haven't really seen that much there. Even that drive volley there in that last point, you know, you hit the drive volley, then close the net. You know, I don't understand why he opted to move back on that one.
No, his positioning was really exposed there, and it was almost like he was swinging through that game a bit loose, and it was really a sudden drop from Muller. He accelerated towards the end of that first set, and then it was an immediate drop. Came out with the double faults in the first game of the second, and he's never got going again.
I know he broke Ramanathan twice in the first set, but you've got to think this set's almost as good as done. 2 breaks, a guy that's been serving so well all week.
Well, if he's to make any move in this set, he probably needs to get an immediate break back here. Start applying some pressure.
Just a couple of people making their way in. Well, that would do.
More like it.
Love 15. Love 30.
He's very difficult to read, Muller. Nothing changes facially or in his expression, or not even really in his body language, and those intense returns came out of nowhere. Still looks the same.
Wow, what a volley. Again,
15-30.
almost a 3-love double breakdown. You kind of come accustomed to the fact that the set could possibly be gone, and you just free up that little bit more. And you know, I think that's what we saw in those last 2 returns, and well, last 3 returns. Another great return.
Yeah, Muller applying the pressure here, taking the game out of his opponent's hands.
15-14.
Really changed it up during that point. And here it is, double break back point. Crucial lifeline in this set. depth, the lethal cross-court backhands, and the finishing volley, the perfect combination for the 22-year-old.
Ramanathan leads 3 games to 1.
Take that in the air? He did. Confidence. Set still over?
Well, looking less likely now. I mean, fantastic game from Muller. Again, I think it's just a bit of freeing up, being 3-love down, but now, you know, he finds himself in a good position, serving with new balls. Still obviously a breakdown, but right back in it.
Oh, so nicely done. Smart play.
And smart, not necessarily going for too much on that first initial pass and setting yourself up for an easier pass on the second one.
I don't think Ramanathan was expecting him to strip the pace there. Oh yeah, had the height.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Brilliant pass. Again, great feel. And he's actually, he has passed well, although Muller has had success coming forward. Ramanathan, he has hit some fantastic passing shots this match.
What do you make of the slice approach, though? There's not been much success with it today.
I think it's good. I mean, Muller's slice has been working well for him, worked well in that Kuhn match. I think it's good variation. And, you know, sometimes you get put into a situation where you have to hit it, where their ball's a bit low and you're moving forward and you can't get the ball up and over.
Finds the mark once again.
15-14.
Another good pass, opting to go into that backhand side this time, but doing the same thing, getting success cross court.
A fantastic reset from Ramanathan after losing one of his breaks. He's got it straight back.
Ramanathan leads 4 games to 1.
What went wrong for Muller there?
I think Ramanathan's played a great game again, showing everyone his competitive streak. And I think if there's anyone out there who needs to learn a bit about competitiveness, this is a guy to watch. You know, to be broken how he was, okay, he still had that security of the other break, but to be broken how he was and then to bounce back like he did, yeah, it's fantastic bounce back ability, and he's going to be very happy with that, and he's put himself right back into a situation to clean this set up and prepare for a third.
Well, Muller was passed a couple of times quite spectacularly in that game, and you might think that that would put him off coming forward again, but once again he's down a double break, which means he's in that position again where he was swinging more freely before and therefore might be willing to take a few risks.
Those balls still pretty new though, obviously new balls last game, and the guy serving speed of Ramanathan. It's probably going to benefit him here, but again, just still not hitting those heights on first serve percentage, and it just goes to show, I don't think he's really hit the heights with his first serve percentage all week, but just shows you how good his second serve is. Down at 52%.
Love 15.
Once again, Ramanathan had to be in quick to take that low volley on the serve and volley. It's making them look easy at the moment.
15-30. Let's for serve.
Oh, good control from Ramanathan.
30 all.
Letting that one bounce and using the slice to get it in deep. It's so good. He's having to get down so low for these serve and volleys.
40-30.
He's still crushing them down. And he was ready to follow that one up if it came back, but with a precise serve like that,
Leads 5 games to 1.
cheap points building up. Well, it does look closer to being over now, this set.
Fault. Love 15. Out. 15 all.
Both guys been returning pretty well, I would say, though. A lot of returns made from both parties. You know, even if it's just a return like that,
15-30.
neutralising the point, get yourself back into the point, chip it.
15-14.
I think Muller's head's already in the next set. It's a double set point for Ramanathan. That decider could be a few moments away.
Game in second set, Ramanathan.
And he takes advantage. The number 5 seed
6 games to 1 set all.
leveling this match, racing through that second set to ensure that he'll be serving first in the third.
Hopefully at home you're going to see the stats now, but again, big telling point. You look at Muller on serve there. First serve percentage 35%, first serve points won 43%, and the biggest one again, second serve points won 8%, 1 out of 13.
That's far too low, isn't it? From Muller.
7%.
What's the difference?
It's
still too low.
Again, you know, part of that is down, I think, to Ramanathan returning well. However, when you're only serving 35% of first serves, then you're leaving yourself with a lot to do, and if you can only win 1 of 13 points on second, then you're not going to get anywhere near that set. So for him now, I think he really needs to think about, again, what was working for him in that latter stage of the first set, which was when he was playing a bit more aggressive, to be honest with you. I felt there he didn't play as aggressive as he was. First serve, he was taking a bit of pace off, but still missing. I'd rather see him miss his first serve, but if he is going to miss it, but go for a bit more on it. And in Ramanathan's point of view, you know, he just needs to keep what he's doing. Muller obviously gone off there, which I think is a good move. Just get away from the court for a couple of minutes and compose yourself, and then get back on and get back to work.
Well, he seems to raise his level, Muller, when he's not got anything to defend, when he's coming from behind. And at 1 set all, it's leaving, it's starting from scratch in this decider. But he does need to find those first serves. We've said before, these conditions, indoor hard, particularly when the new balls are out, the first serve is absolutely massive. And particularly for Muller, who does so much off the back of that. Aggressive-minded. Ramanathan going to be serving first in this decider, and he'll have sensed the lapse from his opponent in that second set. Won't want to give him any kind of opening at the beginning of the third, just carry on from where he's left off. Muller, though, as we've learned, can't write him off. Wasn't afraid of that 3-set battle with Nicola Kuhn.
Definitely not. Ultimately, Muller's mentality now needs to be, you know, you've got 1 set to make a final of a challenger. You've never been in this situation. Let's give it everything for the next 45 minutes and see what happens. You know, you want to come away from the court with your head held high, knowing that you've done what you felt that you needed to do and tried to execute it. If you lose, then you can say too good from the opponent, but you know, you've got 45 minutes to make your first challenger final, and let's get down to business.
Final sets, Ramanathan to serve.
Huge moment for both players, lots on the line, and it is the number 5 seed to open the decider.
Great touch. Great point, and both players going to want to take a lot from that point.
Muller had to have great accuracy with that angle from so far back in the court. Ramanathan did well to handle it. Holds his position in the forecourt so well, it's instrumental.
Still going with serve and volley on the second serve. Just don't feel that tactic's been working for him very well. I know got a bit of success towards the end of the second doing it, but Muller relaxed a little bit there. That's how I'd like to see Ramanathan play these points. Actually, if I was
30-15.
coaching him right now, I would say on the second serve, probably you'd never tell a player not to be aggressive and come forward, but you know, maybe sit back, work the point, and then when you get the opportunity from the ground, come in then. Because Muller's returning well off second serve right now. Well, that first and second serve is exactly the same serve speed.
He's having to play so many second serves that he has to go for them if he wants to keep executing his game plan. Keep coming forward.
I think that one was in actually.
It's the first time that he's protested. There was a close call earlier in the match and he went straight back to the baseline.
Great pickup. Again asking Muller asking a very difficult question. Ramanathan coming up with it. It's a great volley, but he's giving himself a lot of work to do with that tactic right now.
Having to play more and more pickups though, he's getting some good practice out here.
Not sure it's the time for practice.
Well, if he makes it through to the final, he might appreciate it. Good to hear that from Muller, trying to fire himself up. Didn't hear any of that in the second set.
Vantage Ramanathan.
Well, that kind of makes up for the other close one in this game. Nicely done with the change up, deep to short at the net.
First game, final set.
Smart tennis to close out that tricky game.
Good hands. It's a difficult volley off a big forehand from Muller. Difficult to control that the way he did, so very good volley from Rakhimov.
We'll see what that does to Muller for this next game, because we heard that intensity from him in the opening game that we hadn't seen for a while. He was engaged, he could sense the opportunity. Now that slipped him by. He is coming from behind on this scoreboard. So clean.
15 love.
I nearly forgot he likes playing from behind, doesn't he? That's his thing.
Well followed. Just dropped his racket head speed a little bit there, Ramanathan. But that's where he can be tricky, is sometimes he changes the pace up a lot on his forehand, so as an opponent you don't know what's coming, what to expect.
Oh, that's such a good pass on the run.
30-15.
It's difficult to get that shorter angle from deep in the court.
Wow.
Well played.
Another brilliant passing shot there. Finding Muller's feet somehow with this one.
Oh, how did that creep over?
Great feel. And again, good composure to maybe spot Muller trying to cover that line.
Again, Ramanathan mixing up the pace on his shots.
30-40.
Finishing Muller off with the firepower in that forehand. Well, this is key at the beginning of this deciding set. A breakpoint opportunity for the Indian player.
Fouls.
Very good. Great speed from Ramanathan, but fantastic net play from Muller, and built the point so well as well.
Ramanathan's not been giving Muller a rhythm, and he turned the tables a bit there, took things into his own hands, used the slice at the beginning.
Muller was using that wide serve to so much effect yesterday against Kuhn. I'd quite like to see it here on a big point. Try and get him out of the court. Ramanathan, the angle's there.
Advantage Muller.
And there it is. he's so far back on return, Ramanathan. He's giving you that angle to play with. And like I said, he used it so well against Nicola Kuhn yesterday, so he's hit a lot of them in the last 24 hours.
Great use of the slice. Ramanathan on the run already. Had to get right under that, and it set Muller up to finish off. That's such an important game to come through.
Yeah, he's lost, obviously, the majority of previous games, having lost that second set 6-1, and, you know, just breaking that momentum that Ramanathan might have had.
51.
He does vary his serve well, Ramanathan, but they're definitely his favoured serves. That T serve on the juice and the wide serve on the ad.
41.
Just a quick hold, under a minute service game there, and that's something that will help him keep piling that pressure onto the Muller serve. Cumulative pressure that he's going to be looking for, creating opportunities. Okay, if he doesn't take them, then reset and get back onto that.
He's very locked in here, Ramanathan, still broken just the one time.
Ramanathan actually losing to Nicola Kuhn last week in Istanbul, so I'm sure he would have fancied a little rematch had Muller not beaten him. And in fact, the week before in Cassis, losing to Daniel Masseur, who he got the better of this week in Glasgow, 7-5, 7-6. So a lot of confident stuff for Ramanathan right now to take from this week, and he'll be looking to extend his lead here.
Great angles.
Smart pattern. Again, used that so well yesterday. Ramanathan very far back on the return. That angle's there to be hit, and if he does make the return, then you create the gap for the next ball.
Not seen many 1-2 punches from the baseline.
40-15.
Mentally so strong, Ramanathan. One of the best at this level for sure.
Hangs on.
2 games all.
And now he hasn't given Ramanathan the breakthrough at the beginning of this decider. Don't think he'll mind playing catch-up too much in this deciding set. He's got going, he's settled into a bit of a rhythm. And it didn't faze him in the first set.
Love 15.
He has returned very well today, Muller. Finding the feet when Ramanathan's coming forward. Finding the baseline when he's staying back.
That was well handled.
Playing the big pump there from Ramanathan.
15 all.
Just indicating that he might be feeling the pressure slightly. You often find that when players kind of let out a bit of aggression like that, it's more because they're feeling the pressure.
Well, Muller's placement is making him work so hard for all these net points. It's a tactic he was clearly ready for.
15-30.
Let's not forget, you know, Ramanathan, we're obviously talking about a player here who hasn't been broken the whole tournament. There's some going at the semi-final stage, and, you know, I think credit to Muller really, because that's down to his returning.
Only game he won in the second set was a break of serve.
Two big first serves from Rakamar. Only made 47% in this set so far, but two big ones when it mattered there. Yes, he's got it. Fantastic shot. And not an easy shot, that. Moving forward, low ball on the backhand. You really got to be loose and relaxed with those hands to get that spin, to get the ball up and down and over the net. Fantastic tennis.
I think they might have smashed into the board or something, the scoreboard.
Advantage Muller.
Thrown a bit by that reaction to the first serve. He went back incredibly quickly. He's been quick between serves.
Yeah, I think that's just how he plays. You know, you see people like Nick Kyrgios, they're very quick between. A lot of these big servers do tend to be quite quick.
There we go.
Juice.
Definitely don't need a clock when he's out there with 25 seconds on.
Nope.
Advantage Ramanathan.
Oh. Pushed back and still gets the depth.
He's done that a few times now, Ramanathan. He's put himself in a bit of danger. You know, when you're serve volleying, you need to either commit and get to the net or stay back. You know, it's very difficult in that no man's land, so to speak, to hit those shots because you're leaving yourself very exposed. Again, see it, you know. Got away with it a little bit, that one.
Advantage Muller.
Dealt with it well, good feel, but it's a very difficult shot to hit. And again, he's kind of putting himself in more trouble than he needs to be in, especially when he's hitting a serve as good as that. But credit to Muller returning fantastically and giving himself another opportunity. Made it.
Yeah. Well, they'll have known that Ramanathan was going to go for that second serve, and he was ready for it.
Muller leads 3-2.
Just how many times have we seen that play today where, I know I've said it a few times now, but Muller returning middle, asking Ramanathan to hit that volley, setting himself up for the next passing shot. And it'd be fascinating to know after the match if that was something that he's seen and thought of consciously. Brilliant tennis and smart tennis. We saw it from him yesterday. Coming back into the match with tactical awareness, and he's used that mentality and those tactics again to not only get him back into this match from being 5-4 down in the first, but now to be right up in it and in a good position. I just hope for his sake that he can stick to these tactics. We've seen the wide serve and the juice work well, with Ramanathan being quite far back on return. And I'm sure he'll stick to that and he'll get the reward if he does.
Ramanathan will be straight after the break back here. This is the closest Muller's been to the finish line, and he has brought better stuff when he's been down in this match. So let's see how he handles having the advantage in these later stages of the clash.
Time violation warning, Mr. Muller.
I think he's just finishing off his grip there.
Yeah, you take the time violation for that bit of extra professionalism. New balls.
Not a bad time for them either. Well, that's big for Ramanathan. The first point sets the tone for the rest of the game.
Look 15.
Yeah, great stuff again. You see Muller trying to use to affect that wide serve on the juice. But Ramanathan dealing with it well.
Finds it again. Ramanathan was treading down on that accelerator.
15 all.
Muller finding his feet again fantastically. I'm just wondering whether Ramanathan, if he does want to keep coming forward, maybe he could just come forward an extra step or so just to be a bit tighter to the net to take away that dipper from Muller.
Oh yeah.
Brilliant shot. Real momentum behind it, followed it brilliantly.
Started going for the firepower more in this game. Ramanathan, he was mixing up the pace a bit more previously.
Found it on that backhand. He didn't quite find it on the first backhand, the angle, but he's found it on that one. Well dealt with. Hung in the point.
Wow, he had it.
He set that point up brilliantly. Just a bit tentative there on the volley, didn't quite commit to it maybe.
Ramanathan's court coverage putting the pressure on. He was chasing that one down. Again, he gets it back, but Muller too solid at the net.
Advantage Muller.
Fantastic tennis and not an easy time to produce a point like that. 3-2 with a break. The third set at deuce in your first challenger semi-final.
Well, that's emphatically held. Really impressive from the Frenchman.
Muller leads 4 games to 2.
Do you think that's in his head right now, that this is his first semi-final? Is that something he thinks about during the match?
Not the fact that it's his first, he won't be thinking. He'll be thinking more maybe an opportunity to get to the final, especially now that he's in a winning position. It's important to take these moments point by point, and even trickier when you've got someone on the other end of the net like Ramanathan, because you know he's not going away. Bit trickier to have an impact with these new balls as a returner, where Muller's been getting so much of his success.
Oh, did he find it? Caught the baseline.
50-all.
So many of these passing shot winners have been off the backhand. Just drops in. They're really going for these slim margins now, both players. Forcing the best out of each other.
Big second serve. Getting Muller on the stretch. Opting to stay back again on that one.
And once again, holding his position in the forecourt.
Muller leads 4 games to 3.
Still so fired up, full of belief. Ramanathan, this one's far from done. And we can expect him to put pressure on this Muller service game once again.
Interesting here. Muller up at 76% first serve percentage this set compared to that second set of 35%.
It's a huge improvement. And you can see the results in this decider. For anyone just tuning in, you are watching the Murray Trophy Glasgow, an ATP Challenger event. It's being staged by the LTA in partnership with Glasgow Life and Glasgow City Council, with the support of Tennis Scotland, and it's semi-finals day. This the first of the men's singles semi-finals. Muller up a break in the deciding set, but it's been close. And the winner to face the victor of the forthcoming match between Yuri Rodionov and Emil Ruusuvuori, two young up-and-coming stars like this one. Alexander Muller about to serve.
Showing us that he's not afraid to use that slice again. It was so effective for him yesterday against Nicola Kuhn. Asking Ramanathan the questions.
Good pickup on the return. Came in fast.
A couple of poor misses from Ramanathan this game. Really a game where he needs to make a lot of balls. Let Muller get a bit tight.
Muller again, giving it to him quickly, which is a little bit unexpected. The number 5 seed exhibited a lot of fight.
Muller leads 5 games to 3.
But this is the first time he's been in a deciding set. This tournament is new territory for Ramanathan, as is this, serving to stay in the match.
Muller.
Good wheels from Muller, very quick. Just asking that extra ball of his opponent.
Faults. 30 all.
2 double faults in a row. Ramanathan, 4 in this set.
He's feeling it here.
Muller can find a second serve here. He's going to fancy his chances. Bouncing around, he knows what a big point it is.
Well, here it comes.
Read it. Great anticipation from Muller, and still just that calmness to hit that passing shot.
13-14.
Had to read it quickly as well. He could have guaranteed that second serve coming in fast. But here we are, match point after almost 2 hours of play.
He wasn't going to go down easy, was he?
Way to save it.
Getting credit where credit's due to Ramanathan. Couple double faults this game, but still really going for his serve, especially that second serve at the 30 all point.
Another chance.
Advantage Muller.
Ramanathan needs a big serve off either the first or second. If he can just get through this game, this match is still alive. The pressure's on Muller. Oh, here's a second chance though.
Oh!
Wow.
James.
Slid into that one.
Brave tennis again from Ramanathan. I know it's a tactic he's used all this match, but big moment, serve volley.
Advantage Muller.
3 double faults in this one game. And a third match point opportunity for Alexander Muller.
There's not much change in pace between that first and second serve, really. And, you know, he's obviously got the guts to keep going for it, but there can't be much margin there.
Well, Ramanathan has been going for more depth on those volleys, and Muller caught out as he got wrong-footed there.
Yeah, great volley from Ramanathan. Difficult position, quite low down. He's hanging in.
Drifts it wide.
Advantage Ramanathan.
He lives to fight another game, and it was slim margins.
Muller leads 5 games to 4.
But he didn't divert from his game plan under extreme pressure from his opponent.
Well, over to you, Alexander Muller.
Do you see that changing anything? The way in which he held that?
Being the server, I think it's, you know, obviously in your hands as much as it can be. This, you know, I think if we've seen that Muller this set his first serve percentage has gone up by quite a significant amount, and I think that's something that he's going to really need to be looking for in this last game of the match to help him get through. We've seen him introduce that wide serve to effect. But as we touched on at the very start of this match, when the players came out, Ramanathan, one of the best competitors at this level, and he'll be looking for his opportunity here.
Well, here we go. It's on the racket of Muller, serving for his spot in a maiden, got their 3rd time ATP Challenger final. Again, that backhand cross court is such a good setup. Throws all his weight into it.
50 love.
Very good tennis, never easy. Coming into a game to serve it out after having match points. But he looked pretty calm and relaxed there.
Ramanathan couldn't have done much more in terms of court coverage. Well, he seized his opportunity to move in.
15 all.
Took the ball early to change the momentum of the rally.
I think a lot of aggression out on those grunts. Anything to get the job done. Smart serve. One that's worked well for him. He went for it at the first point of this service game, but couldn't quite make it, but got the angle and well done for sticking to your game plan.
Still very much alive here.
30 all.
I'm just not sure if Muller's tightening up a little bit there. A couple slice forehands, which don't really see much from him. You know, it's not a shot that's used much in tennis. You can see he's breathing heavily. He's done a lot of running, but the moment will make that as well.
Oh, he misses it. Ramanathan making him play, but missing the final forehand.
Very good from Muller.
A huge moment here, first match point on serve. And it's the number 16 seed, Alexander Muller, into his first ever ATP Challenger singles final. The respect at the net, a real battle, particularly in that decider. Ramanathan, no one had broken his serve all tournament, but then this man came along. See the emotion there from Muller. He put everything into that and went down at the end, a bit of relief in that celebration.
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking that serve and volley might be a good caller for that last point. Ramanathan maybe just trying to get the ball back in play off the serve to ask the question, and fantastic from Muller there. You can see how happy he is and the relief that he's shown from winning that match. You know, he's no stranger to big matches. We're talking about a guy who's qualified for the French Open, and you know that's a home tournament for him. And at that level, you know, that's a very, very difficult thing to do. So he's no stranger to that, but huge win, and let's hear from him now.
He's got rid of the cap.
It's going to be interesting to see what he has to say about his tactics coming into that second set. Obviously dropping a little bit, but then recovering so well in the third.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a match. You both had to work so hard for that. How happy are you with how it turned out?
Hello everybody. Sorry if my English is not perfect, I will try to do my best. I'm very happy about my win today. It was a very difficult match. I think it was very long, 2 hours maybe, so it was very tough. I'm very happy, and I would like to congratulate my opponent for today.
Now, this is your first season on the Challenger circuit. This is your first final. How happy does that make you?
Yeah, it was my first semi-final. Tomorrow is going to be my first final, so I hope this week going to be my first trophy, but I mean, I'm very happy about my match and about my week, so that's fine.
And I want to ask you about your experience here in Glasgow. We have sunshine, which is like this all the time. What have you thought of Glasgow and also your experience here at the Murray Trophy?
I didn't have the chance to visit the city, but I think it's a very nice city. The tournament is very good. Your crowd are amazing today. It was amazing all the week, so thank you so much. And yeah, it's an amazing tournament.
We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Alexandra. Thank you very much. Well played.
A big win then for the 22-year-old, and he will face the winner of the upcoming match on centre court. Another youngster will join him. It's Yuri Rodionov or Emil Ruzivori, the number 4 seed or the number 17 seed. Let's have a look at those final match stats.
First serve percentage going up drastically for Muller, something that would have definitely helped him see that match out. You know, I think that was the telling point, but we have to think about his returning as well. He returned fantastically well, especially Akay Ramanathan there down at 52% first serve, so he's getting a few looks at second serve, but Ramanathan's got a very good second serve. It's not an easy serve to get on top of at all, and Muller did that fantastically well, and you know, I'm sure that he'll now rest and watch this next semi-final and get his tactics down for the final, because that's really what's got him in this situation.
Well, he got his timing absolutely right in this match. Rose his level at the back end of the first, had that lapse in the second set, but was able to bounce back in style, and there's the confirmation. His final opponent will be either number 4 seed Emil Ruzivori or number 17 seed Yuri Rodionov. So that's the first single semi-final done and dusted. We'll be back soon with the second. Welcome back to the Murray Trophy Glasgow, and indeed centre court, where it is semi-finals day. Alexander Muller just doing some post-match interviews because he's into his maiden ATP Challenger final, and his opponent on Sunday is about to be decided. It's either this man, the number 4 seed Emil Ruzivori, or the number 17 seed Yuri Rodionov. There would originally have been 16 seeds at the Murray Trophy Glasgow, but the original number 2 seed withdrew after the draw was made. So Rodionov came in as the number 17 seed, and He's made full use of that seeding so far, absolutely stormed through his most recent match. And I'm Abigail Johnson here to take you through the second singles semi-final of the day. Let's take a look at this man, Emil Ruusuvuori, on many people's radars. He's been in some stunning form recently, 2 challenger titles in the last 3 months. This is not new territory for him, although it is obviously in this part of the world. 20 years old, 165 in the singles rankings, and just 2 spots off his career high. He has dropped 1 set so far in Glasgow. That was in his opening match against Jonathan Moraida, who'd already had the experience of the conditions here at the Murray Trophy Glasgow. And after he'd survived that one in 3 sets, Ruusuvuori caught fire, beat Cem Ilkel, the number 15 seed, 6-3, 6-2 in the 3rd round. And then in yesterday's quarterfinals, Tobias Kamke bit the dust at his hands, 6-2, 6-1. Kamke was the number 9 seed, but Ruusuvuori having little trouble dispatching the experienced German. And when we look across the net, we see a man who was in a similar boat yesterday. Rodionov absolutely stormed past Roberto Marcora, the number 6 seed, 6-2, 6-2. He was ripping that ball, but playing smartly to get himself into those winning positions as well. 20 years old, the Austrian. And he's a lefty, which can be difficult to come up against. Never know where that wide serve is going in terms of how far it can spin away from you. And the off forehand is particularly well disguised. Rodionov, having come through 3 matches, courtesy of his first round bye. And his first 2 wins were in 3 sets over Frenchmen. The second of those, Matthias Borg, the number 13 seed, who gave Andy Murray the runaround at the French Open a few years ago. Dropped a middle set tiebreak there, but absolutely raced past the Italian Marcora yesterday, and something has to give. Both these 2 looked highly impressive in their last matches, but neither of them was tested, neither of them was forced to see how they would react under pressure, and that's something that might change today. Something has to give. Fiona Edwards in the chair for this second semi-final. See the first meeting between these 2, potentially the first of many, both on the rise. Rodionov 308 in the current rankings, but has a career high of number 187, achieved as recently as May. He won his first challenger singles title last season in Kazakhstan. He won a whopping 8 matches straight by coming through 3 rounds of qualifying. He was ranked the world number 406 at the time. 7 of his opponents were ranked higher. His highest opponent there was the world number 114, Yannick Hanfmann, in the semi-finals. He won that one in straight sets, so that was his first challenger trophy. He's also had some success on British indoor hard courts. Rodionov qualified for and reached the quarterfinals of last season's Loughborough Trophy. He beat a Brit in his opener in the main draw, Luke Bambridge, but also Dan Evans, who has really flown up the rankings since then. That was in straight sets before he lost to Maximilian Neuchrist in a tight 3-setter. So, while he's not had success in Glasgow before, Rodionov has been on the indoor hard courts of the UK. He's had some success, and he's made his presence known with the massive first serve, with the big ground strokes. And Ruusuvuori's athleticism is something that could challenge him today. We'll have to hope that the Finnish number 1 isn't too tired. He played 2 matches yesterday, 1 in singles, 1 in doubles. No surprises that he wants to start this one on his own racket. Became Finland's youngest ever challenger champion when he won his first challenger
Ready? Play.
Now he continues his quest for another title.
Out, 15 left. Left.
Using that off forehand early on. He's been tough to contend with from all areas of the court, Ruusuvuori. There it is again. Blasting it down the sideline. Well, that's the kind of thing he was doing against Marcora. He was loving the pace from the Italian. Marcora giving him a clean ball to strike. Interesting move, mixing it up on the return, coming right in. A saber-like attempt.
Deuce.
Well, it's so hard to call these lines. It did look to have caught from this angle, but it's slim margins.
Advantage Ruusuvuori. Game, Ruusuvuori.
Well, comes through his first service game. Didn't flinch after that questionable line call that he wasn't quite sure on. Kept going for it and does get on the board to start this match.
Yuri Rodionov to serve.
Post.
15 left.
First double.
15-30.
And something that's been particularly good from Ruusuvuori this week, redirecting off the backhand wing. Does it so seamlessly. Has good control on that particular wing. A brave serve and volley from Rodionov.
30-all.
Working out early on that Ruusuvuori is very comfortable in these long baseline exchanges. Just rushed into that one a little. Didn't hold his racket head up. And it is the first opportunity for the number 4 seed.
Game
Of perfect depth on the return.
Ruusuvuori leads 2-love.
And quite the contrast in starts for Rodionov compared to his quarterfinal against Markora. We had played Markora pretty recently. Prior to that match, they'd had a battle. That's always beneficial coming into a new match, a new tournament, and having some insight on your opponent. These two facing off for the first time at a challenger, and Rodionov already feeling Ruusuvuori putting him on the run. He's not in the position to unleash the way he wants to. Hence the serve and volleys in the last game, trying to get it back on his own racket.
He
didn't commit to coming forward early enough. Rodionov didn't have the positioning to deal with Ruusuvuori there. Caught him in no man's land.
Love. Game, Ruusuvuori.
Well, that's an emphatic consolidation from the 20-year-old.
Ruusuvuori leads 3-love, first set.
Really quick out of the starting blocks from Ruusuvuori, and Rodionov here getting a taste of his own medicine. He really took it to his last opponent, but at the moment not in position to play the way he wants to in this match. For those just tuning in, you are watching the Murray Trophy Glasgow. It's being staged by the LTA in partnership with Glasgow Life and Glasgow City Council, and with the support of Tennis Scotland. Jamie Murray, obviously doubles player, older brother of Andy Murray, working with the LTA and Glasgow Life behind the scenes on the planning of this event. And Jamie Murray will be on court after this match in the second doubles semi-final.
Love.
drops it over, just touching that wide serve. Rodionov not with the reach to cover that.
Let's first serve. Thirty 15.
Hey.
30 all.
Oh, nice change up from Rodionov. First time he's attempted that this match, and Ruusuvuori
40-30.
wasn't ready to move in. Dropped it so close to the net. Yeah, the setup was there, made it tough for Rodionov. Ruusuvuori dipping him so low, below the height of the net. Big stuff from the Finnish player, just when it looked like Rodionov was about to get a confidence-boosting hold. But a serve like that will help.
Game, Rodionov.
Well, he's on the boards. This is a contest now.
Ruusuvuori leads 3-1.
And a statement start to this service game from Ruusuvuori after missing a chance in that last return game. Good, smart return deep to the feet. Just giving Ruusuvuori a bit more to think about and a little less time to get into position.
(30-15).
Oh, that's perfectly placed. He's won all but one of his second serve points, which is a good stat to have on his side, given that he can get so many cheap points off the first serve as well. Strong start from this youngster, and it's never hard to see why he's on everyone's radar. Really started making strides in the past couple of months. He started his season playing ITF events at M15 and M25 level. Now he only plays challengers. Got himself to being the 4th seed at one of these high-quality events. His first challenger title win this season was on hard courts, won 6 matches, beat 4 higher-ranked players. And then also won the Rafa Nadal Open end of August. He was 209 in the world at that point. He'd climbed over 100 spots in the rankings since that first trophy. Beat 2 players ranked inside the top 200, including Alejandro Davidovich Fokina, who's been making some moves on the top ATP tier of events in recent times. Won the final 6-love, 6-1. So here is a young player in Ruusuvuori who is just oozing confidence at the moment. He's such an athlete, so quick around the court.
Love 15.
And that speed is everything when it comes to getting enough time to play your shots the way you want to. He had ample time on that drop shot.
15.
Even having a look at that ball on the run, though he didn't quite find the corner. That's too good.
15-13.
Reading the points incredibly well, and when he senses his opportunity to move in, he's right on top of that ball.
$15-14.
Well, Rodionov is being put in some difficult positions that Marcora just couldn't manage during that fast-paced quarter-final. But Ruusuvuori carrying on right from where he left off, double break points. Can't find the line. The Finnish player pulling him out of position, moving him around that court and not giving him a rhythm in these rallies. And if he can serve it out here, this will be one of the quickest sets of the tournament, singles and doubles.
Love 15.
Well, anything's a half chance for Rodionov at the moment. Has to capitalize on this.
Out 15-0.
So quickly up once again. Well, he needs a bit of luck. Ruusuvuori looking so relaxed.
15-13.
And the first signs of frustration from Rodionov. Well, that was huge on a big point. Finding the mark with the forehand that did so much damage in the quarterfinals. Ruusuvuori loves to rip off that off forehand. He snapped his shoelace. Not quite sure how he managed that one. I think he'll have to make do until the changeover. Maybe took some frustration out there.
Advantage Rodionov.
Hesitation there from Ruusuvuori. It was a close one. And it's called that Rodionov just caught the back of the line. Ruusuvuori so close to the net, it's difficult for him to make a real complaint about that. Another chance here. Quickly put away. It was a good strategy from Rodionov, but not well executed enough. The drop shot needed to be more acute. Bounced up for a while, and Ruusuvuori had a lot of time on that to figure out how he wanted to put it away. Found the line.
Game for set.
And there it is in just 23 minutes. A 6-1 opening set for Emil Ruusuvuori, the 20-year-old from Finland, who's been attracting a lot of attention over the past few weeks. So far on centre court, and indeed so far this week, we've been seeing why. Hasn't flinched, hasn't blinked, and looks very much under control out here. He's got used to this winning thing very, very quickly, and you get the impression that he's going to do a lot more of it, particularly if he plays as clinically as he did in that set, reading the points incredibly well and pouncing when he sensed an opportunity. You can see he really went after the second serve returns. Just 33% of Rodionov's second serves won. Similar on first serves in, but once again Ruusuvuori winning the vast majority of those service points and just going after the return, first and second serves. Rodionov with a couple of breakpoint opportunities, but Ruusuvuori came big when it mattered, and even in the points where there were iffy calls, where he could have lost focus or got frustrated, he just moved on, stayed locked in, and all in all a very impressive opening set from Ruusuvuori. Rodionov, meanwhile, hasn't been able to settle in, hasn't been allowed to find a rhythm, and play has largely been taken out of his hands. Ruusuvuori reading everything so well. Both of them still just 20 years old with so much ahead of them. But concerning for Rodionov that he hasn't landed more serves. He's 6'3", he's got a big first delivery that can really be utilized in these conditions, indoor hard courts, the ball traveling fast. So he needs to look at that as we start this fresh set, landing a greater percentage of those first serves. And maybe needs to think about how he can change it up a bit more. It was encouraging, even though it didn't pull off, to see him try that drop shot when Ruusuvuori was deep in the court.
Second set, Rodionov to serve.
Dead ball there by the looks of it. He's shaking them just to make sure. Sometimes when it's a dead ball you can hear it rattle. Tying these new laces, bit of a hold up ahead of this set. He's ready to go now. Well, that's encouraging to win a baseline rally in the first point of the second set. Ruusuvuori's largely been working those points into his favor. And coming back to the serve and volley, holding so firm at that net.
30 love.
Questionable as to whether he can afford to strip the pace from that serve. Ruusuvuori cracked down immediately and was on the front foot for the duration of that rally, coming down on top of that bounce.
Let's Fessler.
Well, he needed a big second serve. We saw Ramkumar Ramanathan earlier on centre court struggling to make first serves and absolutely ripping his second serve deliveries, which was probably what kept him in that one as long as he did.
Game, Rodionov.
That's much more encouraging for the Austrian.
First game, second set.
Statements at the beginning of this second set that it's not going to be all smooth sailing for Emil Ruusuvuori, who had such a quick start to this encounter. Picked up where he left off yesterday, and even though he didn't win that doubles match alongside Harri Heliövaara the other day, probably been good for him to have those extra matches. Get used to the conditions here in Glasgow, get comfortable on the court, and get used to playing from all areas of it. You are required to be at the net at some point during doubles. Huge forehands.
15 left.
Oh!
15 all.
And that cross court off forehand is really dangerous.
13, 15.
Once again, going for that body serve, jamming Rodionov up and looking to keep him from having the angles.
Vote!
Game, Ruusuvuori.
And you could see on that first serve that he missed, Rodionov was actually moving away from the ball. The way he's mixing these serves up, Ruusuvuori, he's leaving Rodionov guessing. And that's not a great way to start the point. You want to at least get into a neutral rally and dig in. Rodionov having a little sit down there, which is unusual. You could see him taking some deep breaths though in the first game of this set. Probably just wants to slow down the pace a bit.
Love 15.
It's the sort of thing he wasn't missing in his last match. It has to be frustrating.
Love 30.
Well, the court coverage and athleticism of Emil Ruusuvuori just forcing this 20-year-old to go for a bit more on his shots, and at the moment it's always that little bit too much more. And he's mixing it up, but
Love 14.
this guy's locked in. Keeping that return shorter and making it difficult for Rodionov to serve and volley. Triple break point.
15, 14.
Cheap points on serve have come few and far between. He'll take that. Again, his all-court ability on full display. Could be a sprinter with that kind of pace. And looking so much at ease with his situation. For those just tuning in, you're watching the Murray Trophy Glasgow. It's being staged by the LTA in partnership with Glasgow Life and Glasgow City Council, and with the support of Tennis Scotland. Jamie Murray has worked closely with the LTA and Glasgow Life behind the scenes on the planning of the event, and He's in action after this match on centre court. He's partnering JP Smith. They're the top seeds in doubles. They've come through both their matches without dropping a set. And they'll be taking on Marek Gengel and Ramkumar Ramanathan, who was just in singles action for a spot in the final where they would face an unseeded duo of Ruben Bemelmans and Daniel Mazur, who took up the #2 seeds in the first match of the day on centre court. Right now on centre, a match between two promising 20-year-olds, one of whom is having a much better day than the other at the moment. Ruusuvuori got the quick start, and
quickly, please. Thank you.
although Rodionov has rattled through some options, he's not yet found anything to throw Ruusuvuori.
Fifteen left. Fifteen all.
Well, at the moment, he's just got to make his opponent play, Rodionov. At least force him to win the points, and Ruusuvuori overhitting slightly in the last couple.
It's 40-30.
Oh, great wrong footer. Ruusuvuori was starting to take those early. Nice and flat to unbalance his opponent.
Let's second serve.
That's big.
Advantage, Mr. Buren.
Uses the width of the court so calmly, this man. So much confidence to take that drive volley in the air from quite far back in the court.
Mr. Buren is 3-1.
Well, Rodionov absolutely needs to hold serve here, or it will be running away from him far too fast. Setting a break still doable. Setting a double break with Ruusuvuori in the form he's in, that is a lot more difficult. Just completely pulled out of that forehand, brushed up the back, didn't accelerate through.
I love 15.
And Ruusuvuori is so locked in, he's going to crack down on any kind of offering like that. Well, that stretch volley kept him in it, and he'd steadied himself enough to put that one away. It's encouraging from Rodionov, but he needs to string these good points together. One on its own isn't enough.
Fifteen, 13.
You can understand why he keeps going for that slim margin on the ground strokes. Ruusuvuori covering the court so well, but always seems to be the wrong side of the line, Rodionov. Absorbed and redirected brilliantly up that line. Set up for the final calm put away.
30 all.
He really needs to focus here, Rodionov. This is a crucial point at 30 all on his serve. Getting some confidence boosting wins at the net, particularly off that backhand volley.
40, 30.
Good to see that he has the confidence to still approach that forecourt.
Game, Rodionov.
Well, that was an absolutely essential hold to stop his opponent running away with this match.
Ruusuvuori leads 3 games to 2 second sets.
And he buys himself a bit more time to figure out some options. And that face tells it all about the afternoon he's having. Oh, the expression's brilliant. You don't need words, you just need to look at him. He's trying to solve a puzzle out here in the form of Emil Ruusuvuori. And he could do with some second serves to go after in this next game. Alexander Muller looked really impressive the way he came past Ramkumar Ramanathan in that final set. Ramanathan, no one had broken his serve all tournament, and then the 22-year-old came out and from a breakdown in the first set started to give him issues, went away a bit in the second set, but rebounded in style in the decider. But Ramanathan kept it close. Muller looked pretty relieved after that match point. And he'll be watching with interest to see who joins him in Sunday's final. Been a few hold-ups with people coming in. The stands are filling up. That wide serve has so often been the go-to for
15 love.
Ruusuvuori this week.
Love.
The first serves are making it so difficult for Rodionov to find a route in or even get into a neutral rally to see if his opponent will unravel.
Let's serve.
The off forehand again, so lethal from any position in the court.
14 love.
It was the right shot choice with Rodionov so deep in the court. But not
14,
enough
15.
to get that to drop over. You could see Rodionov was anticipating that wide serve on that point. He was motioning to himself before the point where he needed his forehand to go. It's been frustrating him that he hasn't been able to find the court more often.
Game. Ruusuvuori.
Such as that. It comes down so quick.
Ruusuvuori leads 4 games to 2.
Well, he's looking relaxed with the lead, Ruusuvuori. No fear of winning, as we mentioned earlier. Incredibly comfortable. And Rodionov just needs to keep holding serve and hope that scoreboard pressure maybe plays a part.
15 love. Love. 30-15. Fault.
This isn't what he needed. Rodionov wanted to rattle through a quick hold and throw the pressure back onto Ruusuvuori. Once again, he's in a sticky situation on serve. Well moved in. Following up that serve. Well, he deserved that point and that game. Strength of the legs to get down to execute that first volley.
4 games to 3 seconds.
And he hangs on. And if nothing else, gets another chance to rip into Ruusuvuori's service game. He'll be hoping for some second serves because the first deliveries from the Finnish player are so strong. Accurate, precise, fast. Lots for Rodionov to think about, to contemplate at the moment. No one wanted to play Ruusuvuori this week. Everyone knows what great form he's in. Well, they've never met at challenger level, as we mentioned. These two have squared off once in juniors. Ruusuvuori was a straightforward champion on that occasion, 6-love, 6-2 at the 2017 Junior Masters. This would be Rodionov's second challenger final, his first this season. Ruusuvuori, obviously, who's won 2 challenger trophies this year, looking for his 4th final appearance, all of them coming this season. As far as the challenger circuit goes, not many players can match him for form right now. And that's showing in this scoreline at the moment.
Let's serve.
You heard that reaction from Rodionov virtually before the ball hit the floor. He knows just how important this game is. And he's getting some second serves. So clinical though, finding the lines and getting so many balls on that forehand wing as well. Oh, that's a shame.
30-15.
Handled that point so well, Rodionov. And not only was he in place for that, probably would have put it away. Unusual that the net cord bounces that high and goes in. So unfortunate, but he has to move on quickly here. Oh, that's the way to deal with it.
30.
One of the hardest returns in tennis, executed clinically. The off backhand return. Oh, that was brilliant. Sensing some pressure there, Ruusuvuori, and went for the body serve, which didn't give Rodionov an angle. And his best efforts to get back in that point weren't going to be enough.
Game, Ruusuvuori.
Well, that's huge. 1 game away now from his spot in the final.
Ruusuvuori leads 5 games to 3.
Just 55 minutes on the clock. Raced through his last match in barely more than an hour. Ruusuvuori will be hoping to do the same here. Oh, he found it. What a point. An absolute highlight. So difficult to get under that. Yeah, he earned the applause. The hot dog comes out.
30-15.
That previous point, though, that lob would have been enough against most players, but Rodionov rising to the occasion here, knowing how much he needs to hold this game.
Let for serve.
Well, the serve and volley is becoming a little bit predictable. Ruusuvuori crushing those returns down the line.
30-all.
It was a great change-up, but Emil Ruusuvuori has been absolutely on fire today. Didn't hesitate with his sprint up to that, and then had enough control to find the space that almost didn't seem to be there. Terrific stuff, world class, and a match point. It is Emil Ruusuvuori who moves through to the Murray Trophy Glasgow final in record time, just 58 minutes. Oh, nice that they can share a smile there. Yuri Rodionov has had a fantastic week, but Ruusuvuori just didn't let him get into this match, and he knew it was going to be difficult. You could see from midway through that second set, he tried, he'd gone through different options. But here is a man who's going to be soaring up those rankings, looking so secure with his newfound status on this circuit. He beat Dominic Thiem at the weekend, 1 week ago now, for his first top 10 victory. Did it in straight sets on a hard court under the roof. These conditions really suit his game, and we look at the stats here. Rodionov landing just a little more first serves than Ruusuvuori, but winning just about 50% of those first serves. Ruusuvuori making such an impact on the return. He was reading those serve and volleys well as well, and looking after his own serve nicely. Let's hear what he has to say after that brilliant victory. He's talking to Rona McLeod. Here we go.
There we go. Congratulations, Emil. That was a fantastic match. Some applause for you. He's been enjoying a very successful season with championship wins in Mallorca and also Uzbekistan. Could Glasgow be number 3?
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. I'm playing great tennis at the moment, so I will see tomorrow. Give my best.
Of course, Yuri is a former doubles partner for you. Is that strange to be facing him over the net?
Oh, of course, we know each other really well, and so we have had a couple of good matches and fun also on the same side of the court. So I mean, it's fun to play against him. Yeah, some good experiences.
Another good experience that you had very recently was beating the world number 5 Dominic Thiem. You are the top-ranked Finnish player. I'm getting some more applause for that victory. You are the top-ranked Finnish player, age 20. What are your ambitions in the sport?
Oh, I mean, it's this season has been great. I'm just having so much fun on the court at the moment and playing great tennis. So I'm just enjoying it so much. It's just great to play every match and just give your best. That's all.
Well, we have very much enjoyed seeing you playing your best. Thank you very much. Well done.
So there it is, the win for Emil Ruusuvuori, the number 4 seed here.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you will all want to know exactly when tonight's doubles semi-final is going to take place. Yes, 5:30. Make sure you're back here at 5:30 for Jamie Murray, who you might be interested in seeing. Thank you very much.
So there's confirmation that the second doubles semi-final will begin in half an hour's time. Emil Ruusuvuori, ATP world number 165, soon I'm sure to be ranked higher than that, through to the final to take on the number 16 seed Alexander Muller, who moved past Ramkumar Ramanathan even in 3 sets earlier. Ramanathan back on court soon for that upcoming doubles match. I've been Abigail Johnson, taking you through this one. A single match left to go on centre court on this semi-finals day. The second doubles semi to be staged in half an hour's time. We'll see you then.
restored. The doubles semi-final is about to begin. It's a brand new pairs partnership looking to make a very big impression here at the Murray Trophy. Please welcome from the Czech Republic, Mary Bengal, and from India in the second semi-final of the day, Ramkumar Ramanathan. And their opponents, they're the #1 seeds. They have had huge support here in Glasgow. Please welcome from Australia, John Patrick Smith and his partner, former world #1, 7 Grand Slam titles, and Davis Cup winner, Jim Murray.
Welcome back to the Murray Trophy Glasgow on this semi-finals day. We've had 3 matches, 2 singles, 1 doubles, and it's time for the final encounter of the day, the one everyone's been waiting for, featuring Jamie Murray, the man that's done so much work towards this event. Jamie Murray and partner John Patrick Smith of Australia are the top seeds, and they're taking on the non-seeded pairing of Marek Gengel of the Czech Republic and Ramkumar Ramanathan of India. And I'm Abigail Johnson, here to guide you through this semi-final doubles match here at the Murray Trophy Glasgow, an ATP Challenger event. A lot on the line on centre court right now, but here's a man used to dealing with pressure, Jamie Murray. He's won 7 mixed doubles titles at Slams, the most recent of which came just a couple of weeks ago at the US Open alongside Bethany Mattek-Sands. Also won 2 Grand Slam titles in men's doubles. 32 years old, a lefty. And his career high ranking in doubles is, of course, the world #1, which he achieved in 2016, a big year for the Murray family. Same year that Andy Murray won Wimbledon for the 2nd time and also achieved the pinnacle ranking in the singles game. Zooming in now on J.P. Smith, 30 years old, and an accomplished doubles player himself, has a title, an ATP title in doubles, which was in Atlanta last season alongside the USA's Nick Monroe. He beat Nick Kyrgios and Thanasi Kokkinakis in the first round. He also reached the final in Newport in 2017 on grass courts and Delray Beach in 2018 on hard courts. He likes a fast surface, and both of these two lefties, which can give the opponents a bit more to think about. I'm sure their opponents today will have been watching back previous matches and doing their research, because these two have been a force to be reckoned with, combined for the first time. We have 2 first-time pairings on centre court right now. Gengel and Ramanathan also joining forces for the first time. Gengel, just 23 years old, ranked 286 in doubles. He's going for his biggest doubles title yet. He won one at ITF level, M15, in Prague earlier this season, but he's never won a challenger, so this is new territory for him, really, and a lot on the line. Definitely the underdogs today against the top seeds, but Murray and Smith didn't have it quite all their own way in the second set of their quarter-final match. Gengel and Ramanathan were forced to compete in a match tiebreak in their last match. They came past Lloyd Glasspool and Scott Clayton in the first round. Scott, who's been commentating alongside me today, 7-5, 7-6, and then against Jereetsky and Volkov, they were forced to go the distance, coming through 6-4, 3-6, 10-3. Smith and Murray, on the other hand, yet to drop a set. And they're going to have to be tactically really good today, Ramanathan and Gengel. This man was on court earlier. He had a tough singles loss against Alexander Muller. They were second on. And he'd been so strong in singles all week, Ramanathan. His serve hadn't been broken, but the 22-year-old finding an extra level when he needed to. And that will be extra motivation for Ramanathan to come out here and get a win before the day is out. He's never won a challenger title in singles, but he's won 2 in doubles, 2018 Pune Challenger, and in 2019 this season, Recanati. He's never won one in singles, but his doubles titles are there to be seen. Ben Anderson in the chair for this one. His career high ranking was actually achieved this week, Ramanathan, of number 154. But it is true that players who've competed in singles on the same day can come into a doubles match and see the ball like a football. Expect Ramanathan, who brings such a high level intensity to all his matches, to be seeing this ball like a football. And his energy alone is difficult to deal with when the match gets to some tight situations. And just to go through the scoring for the doubles, not quite the same as singles if you're not familiar with it. There is no advantage off deuce. It's no ad scoring. When we reach deuce, it's a deciding point, a sudden death point, and the returners can choose who will receive the serve, which makes things very interesting. And you see which team, you see the team consider which player on their side has the best chance of digging in and getting something going. And if they do split sets, we'll go to a match tiebreak, first to 10 points, and from there, first to move 2 points ahead, if that hasn't already been decided. So the format makes for some really dramatic and thrilling moments, and Murray and Smith. They won their last match in the quarterfinals over Cemil Kell and Alto Celik-Bilek.
Won the toss and chose to serve.
6-4 in the second set, and had some trouble serving it out. So let's see how they do here.
Jimmy Murray to serve. Ready? Play.
A show of intent at the start of this one.
15 love.
So many of their points were won in that fashion, particularly in that opening match against David Wright and Marshall Tutu. A quick serve and an emphatic put away at the net. It's a good return from Ramanathan.
30-15.
Not often Jamie Murray's caught out on approach to the net, keeping that one low. How did he even get his racket on that? Bounced so high.
40-15.
Full marks for effort.
Game, Murray Smith.
Lethal first serves from Jamie Murray.
First game.
And that'll set the tone for the rest of the match. It's been difficult to break this pair this week. Such a lethal combination, both of them with prowess at the net and big first deliveries.
Ramkumar Ramanathan to serve. Love.
Well, when he's playing singles, Ramanathan absolutely rips both his first and second deliveries. Fully goes for them. Oh, that was so acute.
30 love.
It's going to have to be that good from this pair to make an impact in this match. Up against two of the highest quality doubles players. Well fought back from the non-seeded pair. The Jamie Murray lob is a force to be reckoned with, and Smith was holding his own there at the net. Very solid.
Game, Gengo Ramanathan.
Well, he didn't hold back on that smash.
One game all.
Making a statement in that opening hold. Ramkumar Ramanathan.
John Patrick Smith to serve.
What a point. That was ridiculous scrambling from Marek Gengel. And Murray just had to take a swipe at that one to get the ball back in play, but still measured it. Finding the space. They're not going to get many looks at second serves, you wouldn't think.
15 all.
And that previous point showed them that they're going to need something extra special to put these two away. It's what they do best.
30-15.
A great communication. A good first volley from Smith. Had to take that one quite low.
40-15.
Set them up for the rest of the point. No breaks of serve in these opening games.
Murray Smith lead by 2-1.
And you can see from the British-Australian duo very much doing what they were in their previous 2 matches, making this a doubles match, closing into the net, both of them at every opportunity. And Gengel and Ramanathan. Ramanathan obviously has spent a lot of time on the singles court this week. And the 2 of them will be pretty comfortable playing from the baseline, trying to find the spaces, but these 2 are going to want to keep this a doubles match, bring the players in. And they're so solid at the net. Well, you are watching the Murray Trophy Glasgow. It's being staged by the LTA in partnership with Glasgow Life and Glasgow City Council, and with the support of Tennis Scotland. The man who's been very much involved behind the scenes is on court right now, Jamie Murray.
Marek Gengel to serve.
That's well handled.
15 love.
Ooh. Just Smith ripped into the space. You could see Ramanathan and Gengel there using the I formation, which is where the server and the net player are virtually in line, and have decided which way the serve will go and to which point of the court the net player will run to cover the space, just leaving the opponents guessing a bit. Oh, so composed from Jamie Murray. Ramanathan did well, but he did that little bit better.
15-30.
Such good hands. I think that was a foot fault, not often they're called. He's going to go for it. Getting a look at the second serve. Neither team has lost a point behind their first serve yet. Gengel taking his side to 5 of 5 points won. Murray and Smith on 8 of 8 behind the first serve.
Game.
And that's how big it is.
Gengel Ramanathan.
Continuing the theme. The conditions here at Scotstoun Leisure Centre, rewarding those big first deliveries. And the wide serve proving particularly effective for Gengel. Gets the opponents on the stretch. Well handled from Murray on the volley. He wasn't that far in,
15 love.
but he has the control. Fantastic pickup. Can be a difficult shot to handle when the ball is dropped just in front of your feet. But Murray not only getting it back, but getting a good angle on it, putting the pressure on the opponents. Ooh. Surprise miss.
30-15.
The return was almost too soft. Smith's made some big putaways at the net.
Out. 30-0.
And caught again. The I formation has always worked particularly well for the top seeds this week. But half a chance here for the non-seeded duo. Oh, that was well held at the net. Smith having to take that penultimate volley right in front of the body, held firm.
Game Murray Smith.
Well, they're missing those lobs by fractions, but they aren't finding the court.
Murray Smith lead by 3 games to 2.
No break point there, but Murray and Smith put under some pressure. Great hands from Jamie, though, an emphatic effort from both to finish that game off. Gengal and Ramanathan scrambling, giving them extra balls, just making them play those extra shots in the hope of something going awry, but they seem to strengthen as the rally lengthens. The atmosphere is pretty electric tonight. Such noise from the crowd, and during points you could hear a pin drop. Stands packed to see the former doubles world #1 in action. A unique opportunity. It's not often they're getting looks at second serves, but as we said, Ramanathan doesn't take much pace off on the second. Still, they'll view that as a missed opportunity. running through that a bit.
30 love.
Great return from Murray, getting it low.
13-15.
Be getting used to that flying second serve from Ramanathan. Oh, that's well handled. It was a smart choice of second serve, putting Smith on the stretch, but got it in the court, and Murray able to finish the job incredibly sharp. Oh, wow.
30-40.
With the slim margins in this match, that's not a shot Kumar Ramanathan can be affording to miss. This is technically 2 break points with the no ad scoring. Oh, that's so good. Murray moving in seamlessly after Smith crept that return over the net. Was dragged into the middle of the court, but the shortness of the return paid off.
Murray and Smith lead by 4 games to 2.
Well, there is the first break. And Gangal and Ramanathan had looked really strong in these opening stages. That will be a tough blow. And that's a good start to this game. They'll want nothing more, the non-seeded opponents, than to dig straight back in right here. Smith landing these big first serves. It's going to make life difficult for them.
Love. Game, Murray Smith.
Well, that's huge serving from JP Smith. The GB Aussie duo really relaxing after getting a hold of that break, and that wide lefty swing serve proving particularly effective. And all of a sudden it's 5-2, a lead that opened up really quickly, and that's how fast these doubles matches can go. Gangal and Ramanathan were hanging pretty close, doing all the scrambling they could. But at this point in the set, 1 game away from losing it, maybe they need to reconsider a bit what they're doing. They haven't been performing badly by any means. They've just been slightly outplayed.
Time.
Really a blow for them when they have been doing so well behind that first serve, winning the majority of those points. But Ramanathan bringing that first serve percentage down a bit for them as a team. And the anticipation from the top seeds doing the damage.
Fifty love.
That's a huge return on the second serve. Short to the middle of the court, knowing that Gengel was going to look to move in behind that delivery and exposing his positioning. That drops them below 50% on second serve points won. Again, keeping that return short to the midcourt. Taking time away from the opponents.
15-30.
Getting a softer ball. And they can sense the opportunity to close this set out right here.
$15-14.
Again, another return low over the net, and Ramanathan too eager to finish that one off. Rushed the volley. Indeed was rushed into it. 2 set points, technically 3, with the NOAD scoring. It's barely missing these first serves, but it's doing the damage. And there it is. After a tight start in terms of scoreline, a comfortable first set for Smith and Murray.
By 6 games to 2.
Accelerated after seizing that opportunity. It was a real blow for the non-seeded pair. They'd made a great start. Were handling the net presence from both Murray and Smith incredibly well. Scrambling on the back foot, trying different things, but so difficult to recover from losing that first break. And at the end of the day, just not landing enough first serves. They were pretty much perfect behind that first serve. Dropped a bit in the latter stages, admittedly, but Murray and Smith there, you can see those lethal serving statistics. Landing 85% of their first serves, winning a whopping 88% of those points. That almost makes the second serve percentages irrelevant because they didn't put enough of those in play for it to do real damage. Had 2 breakpoint opportunities and clinically converted them both. Ramanathan and Gengel, well, they had half chances, not sniffing a break point in that opener. So a strong start for Murray and Smith, and the format means this one's not over. A few points in their favor, and Gengel and Ramanathan could be right back in this, but the expertise of this man in particular on full display. Such great hands, great touch. He's never been an outright power player. Jamie Murray has got so much craft and skill and reads the ball so well in these situations.
Time. Second set, Murray to serve.
Didn't miss a first serve in his initial service game to open this match, Jamie Murray.
15 love.
Starts the new set on the same theme.
Love.
That wide serve proving so lethal. He's biting his marks.
40 love. Wait, please. Thank you. Quiet, please. Game, Murray Smith.
And once again, a hold to love with big serving.
First game, second set.
Continuing the momentum from that opening set. And the top seeds looking really relaxed and assured of what they have to do out here. Well, when he does go for his first and second serves the way he does, it can be a price. Gengel unhappy over a line call potentially. So good on the return. That lefty forehand return and keeping the ball low. Again, just sticking to their game plan, Murray and Smith. Great precision on the returns. Well recovered by the non-seeded duo. Both those serves coming down at over 100 miles per hour. That's huge on the second serve. And almost very well recovered by Smith after the return, switch sides. Well, it's lethal when he lands it.
Game. Gengo Ramanathan.
Keeps producing the same serving patterns, but when he lands his shot, it's working for him.
1 game all.
Gets some real pace behind that delivery. I don't know if they tried to pull one there, but they were in the wrong positions to serve. Smith spotted that. Found the line, step round for the forehand, and it paid off. Not sure I've ever seen that happen with the receivers being in the wrong positions. Neither one of them noticing. The touch of Jamie Murray on full display again. So gentle to get that one acute by the net.
15 all.
Huge return.
30.
Well, the first serve had to be big because Ramanathan and Gengel know these two are closing in. They know where they need to put the ball. It's about whether they have the time to do that.
Next, second service.
It's a late call. Well, that was well placed,
13,
and it earns them their first break point of the match. Once again, it had to be huge, and he delivered with the wide lefty serve.
receiver's choice.
One more to save with the sudden death deuce. Game points and break points simultaneously. Well, that was a great recovery from Smith after Murray missed the volley. Absolutely huge, straight in from the serve.
Murray Smith lead by 2 games to 1.
And it sees them hold on to their serve. Some dramatic moments in that game. Gengel and Ramanathan very much still in this, but playing catch up in this set. Both teams playing together for the first time, and you wouldn't know it. Murray and Smith very much aware of each other's games, though. They faced off at the Australian Open this year in mixed doubles. Smith and his partner Astra Sharma coming out on top on that occasion. They were wildcards at the event and made it all the way through to the final, beating Grand Slam champions along the way. Gengel and Ramanathan down to just 33% of first serves in play. That needs to rise. They're only winning 50% of their second serve points. And that was absolutely necessary.
15 love.
No way. Was that in? Absolutely ridiculous get. Well, you heard the crowd erupt. They thought the point was over. Anyone watching on a screen would have thought the point was over. Couldn't see the returners. The servers technically, but they were put on the back foot in that rally. Insane. And in its own way, that's just as good. The little chop from Ramanathan.
40 love.
Perfectly arcing that over the net. Holds his position so well in the forecourt.
Game, Gengel Ramanathan.
Well, that's huge. From the Czech-Indian pair.
2 games over.
What a pass off the smash. Point of the tournament, hands down. But it's back to returning Jamie Murray's serve, and that's been an unsuccessful campaign for Gengel and Ramanathan so far. He's landing a high percentage of first serves, barely missed one.
$30 love.
And they are making them play these extra balls, pushing Smith to put more depth on those volleys and smashes. Very comfortable at the baseline, both of these two. Obviously, Ramanathan was out on the singles court earlier. He'll be having a good feel for this.
Game,
and the angle will finish it. Another love hold for Jamie Murray. Quite a common theme in this match.
Murray Smith lead by 3 games to 2.
For those just tuning in, you are watching the Murray Trophy Glasgow. It's being staged by the LTA in partnership with Glasgow Life and Glasgow City Council and with the support of Tennis Scotland. It's part of a new and expanded international calendar of tournaments being staged by the LTA across Britain this year. Provides a showcase for tennis outside of the traditional summer grass court season, where we do have a number of challenger events in Surbiton, Nottingham and Ilkley. And it opens up the sport to more fans around the country. The stands are packed tonight, kids and adults, and we've had large groups of children in to watch the likes of Jamie Murray in close quarters, which is not an opportunity they would get elsewhere.
Time. Love 15.
Well, if a player isn't going to hold back, it's Ramanathan. But Murray and Smith, such a force at the net, they're not leaving the spaces.
Love 13.
Well, a definite half chance here. Needed that one.
13.
Big under pressure from Ramanathan. And you can see just from those couple of points how their lack of first serves has been affecting them. Murray and Smith right up there at 89% landed. And these two below the 40% mark. When it goes in, it's brutal, tough to deal with. Barely catches the baseline, not holding back under pressure. Did well to get up to that return as well. Murray just hooking it over the net. Made it look easier to handle than it was. Well, you feel that was an absolutely crucial hold of serve for the Indian-Czech duo. Murray and Smith still looking comfortable here. They have had more opportunities when Smith has been serving, so we'll be hoping for some second serves here. Interesting to see Murray ease off there. Big first serve when it was needed. And previously, I think it was Gengal already stood quite far up the court, so the drop volley probably not the best shot choice. They've moved on strongly. Great hands from Murray with that return coming back fast.
30-15.
And great placement, got that return low, and Ramanathan, as ever, fired up and letting the stadium know about it. High formation doing the work. Murray springing up to swipe that one away. Casually swatted away by Jamie Murray, but with perfect timing, made it look easy. And they moved on well from that missed opportunity. That was probably Gengel and Ramanathan's best look at breaking serve before this approaches the business end of the set. Jamie Murray's been landing first serves like nobody's business, and so difficult to even get into a rally when he's stepping up to the baseline to land those first deliveries. No more late nights for these kids with the shorter days of matches.
Time. Nets for service.
Went for the short angle and barely missed it. Well, with the way Murray and Smith have been cracking down on second serves, wouldn't be surprising if Gengel's feeling the pressure to go for a bit more. But also, as this set edges down the wire, the scoreboard pressure is on the non-seeded pairing.
Nets for service.
That's such a well-worked point. Murray moving Ramanathan out of position with the first return and then driving deep into the space, getting them on the front foot.
15-13.
Smart stuff.
Net for service. Net for service.
Twice he's gone for exactly the same serve. Be interesting to see if he changes it up after 2 lets.
30
He does. And here's a chance. Oh, he finds it right on top of it, Jamie Murray, to guide it down the line. So calm in a massive moment. And it's technically double break point with the scoring system.
Juice.
Massive down the tee.
Point, receiver's choice.
Big from Gengel, but one more to save. The lob return from Jamie Murray does the damage. It's the first time we've really seen it today. It was so effective in the quarter-final match. And once again, it does the job, forcing the opposition back. And the duo combining to finish off well. It will be Jamie Murray to serve this one out. And if he continues in the manner that he has composed himself all match, it's difficult to see the opponents breaking through. Been first serve after first serve.
Love.
So precise down the line from Murray to set up their position at the net.
Love. 15.
Unusual. But shouldn't be a cause for crisis if you can find that first delivery. 2 points away, Murray and Smith.
There
it is. 2 match points then for the top seeds. And they're into the final. Jamie Murray and JP Smith got out in front early and they never relinquished the lead. Looking strong, looking comfortable. And you would not know they were playing together here in Glasgow for the first time. Seamless stuff. And that big first serve from Jamie Murray doing so much damage, shutting their opponents out. Both of them combining forces at the net for some serious, aggressive tennis. Will take some stopping them, and the men tasked with doing that are Daniel Messier and Ruben Bemelmans, who upset the number 2 seeds earlier today in an epic 6-4, 4-6, 11-9. They squeezed through, saving match points. And they will take on Jamie Murray and JP Smith in tomorrow's final. And here are the final stats. They're very telling. A whopping 86% of first serves landed from Murray and Smith. They're winning 85% of them in an indoor hard court. That's so difficult to contend with. And we're going to hear from the winners very shortly.
I hate to interrupt the proclaimers. Well done once again, guys. You look like you're just getting better and better. You must be having the best time here in Glasgow, JP.
I am, I really am. I really like the Smith Army here, you know? The support's been tremendous and I'm having a lot of fun this week.
And the scoreline today, 6-2, 6-3, what especially pleased you about how you two played?
I think we've done a good job all week with taking care of our service games. We had to battle a couple of games at the start of the second set. They started to get into it, get fired up, but we played a great game to break at 4-3, and it was nice to kind of serve out with not too many troubles.
So, JP, you told us that you were supporting your showbiz friend, Ariana Grande, by going to her concert on Tuesday. So, are you going to be contacting her to tell her that you are now in the final of the Murray Trophy and she needs to come?
I mean, this is the Murray Trophy. I mean, you can't get bigger than this. And, you know, hopefully that message relayed to her, because this is a great event.
Did you notice?
Right here with these lovely ladies, you know?
Well, Jamie's grandpa's over there. I'm sure that would he like to sit with Ariana Grande, do you think?
Don't think he knows who she is. He's happy sitting next to a wife, I think.
So, Jamie, final question. You're in the final of the Murray Trophy. Admit it, would you be absolutely raging if you weren't in the final?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I've had so much going on this week, and I was saying to JP, I was like, you know, if we lost the first or second round and keep having to come back each day and seeing other guys trying to play for the title would be pretty hard. So we're excited to be in the final. Hopefully a lot of you guys come out tomorrow and support. It's been a great atmosphere for us to play in all week, and really looking forward to getting one more match tomorrow.
We can't wait to see you. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Well done, guys.
So that is both the doubles and the singles final set. In the singles, Alexander Muller, the number 16 seed, will be taking on very informed number 4 seed Emil Ruusuvuori. And in the doubles, the top seeds Jamie Murray and John Patrick Smith will take on the non-seeded duo of Daniel Monsieur and Ruben Bemelmans. Sure to be a dramatic final day of the Murray Trophy Glasgow. We've loved it. And the finals will commence at 1 p.m. tomorrow, so that's 1 p.m. on Sunday. I've been Abigail Johnson, taking you through the matches today and indeed this week at the Murray Trophy Glasgow. What an event, and the packed stands have really brought an electric atmosphere tonight. One more day to go, and we'll see you again when play resumes on Sunday. Confirmation of that final, the top seeds, Murray and Smith, taking on Bemelmans and Monsieur. Thanks for tuning in. It's been another great day in Scotstoun. Don't forget to tune in for those finals.